Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey!
So welcome everyone. Just waiting on Neil now, but we're going to talk a bit about Abraxas. So give me one moment. I'm going to pull up some. Oh, Neil's here.
Oh man.
Hey, how are you doing?
Oh, they got the emblem that I have.
Yeah, that's why I clicked on it. So
This video.
Sorry, what?
What is this video? By the way, see how StreamYard gave us a little bottom bar now for our names?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool. I kind of like that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I just threw up the pronouns, just like couldn't think of anything else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't really care. I'm not like, I'm not like someone who thinks that everyone should always have their pronouns listed, but I also don't mind having it up whenever I don't care about it. I'm not like anti-pronouns, like how some people are. When they see it, they get offended. Like, oh my God, you're bowing to the leftist SJW mob. I'm like, no, I'm just trying to be inclusive. That's all.
Yeah, it was pretty funny. Someone was saying during one of my streams that like I was acting PC or like that. I was like, no, this is just what I think. Like,
I know, isn't that funny how that is?
Yeah. And again, it's not like I'm some sort of like super I'm not on people like that, but
yeah, you're not very political, but like you just kind of like you just whatever. Yeah.
So here let's just check out this. It's a quick 3-minute video, and then we can comment on that and get started.
Sure.
The ancient god Abraxas. The god Abraxas comes.
Oh God, it's one of those videos. Hold on.
Yeah, I don't like that stuff. Oh, there's a good one. First of all, that's Uberboy, the one I just saw.
Which
but
one?
Uberboy, I don't know if I forgot what Uberboy says about Abraxas. But the secret god one. If we go,
which one is
Not
His,
that one. Go down a little bit. The one that says the secret God. That's a good video.
this one?
Yeah, this is a good video. I've seen this before.
What do you want?
What a job that
Yeah, I
don't
completely disagree with him on almost everything he says, but
Ooh, Boyo? Yeah, me too. The only reason people are, by the way, I was telling you about how Jason decided that he's too good for me now, he doesn't need me anymore, or whatever, which was like really fucking whoops on me, I swear. Which was like really like it. I don't really care if he like wants to do his own thing, but the fact that he had to make a stab at me as he's deciding to do his own thing, like make it about like I'm doing something wrong here, like even though I'm helping him build his channel, and like it's about you, like that was like wow. And so one of the things he said was like Uber, you're friends with Uber Boyo. It's like, first of all, me and Uber Boy have a relationship going back since I was on the right. So that has nothing to do with you. You have no say in who I can talk to and who I can't talk to. The fact that he brought that up was like, I just thought that was kind of like unfair because, like, hey, do you have anyone in your family who's on the right? Should I tell you that you can't talk to them? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's everybody has their own relationship with people for their own reasons, and that's not for someone else to come along and tell you, like, oh. And by the way, those videos are all so old. Before he launched his channel, and he knew about them before he asked me for my help for this channel, he knew about that stuff. So why did that all of a sudden now be a thing? That's why I'm just like, whatever, dude. You got your 500 subs. Have fun. Take care with it. Go ahead. You're welcome, by the way.
yeah, I just don't get any of the drama. It's just like,
Yeah. No, and the only reason why I'm bringing that up is because
oh no, yeah, it's fine.
is because the whole thing with like Abraxas, because Uber Boy did some videos on it, and like even though I don't like for him in particular, I don't agree with what he does, like a lot of his like social views, but like sometimes he has some very interesting perspectives on the Jungian stuff, if that makes sense. And this video right here, I forgot who made this video, but they did a really good job of showing why Abraxas is relevant today. And I agree with this. Even as someone like whatever you want to call me, like you can call me an atheist because I don't have a religion, which that's what an atheist will do. If you don't have a set religion, you're an atheist.
Let's do it.
But like I don't. I hate that word because it's like if you say that you are one, it's almost like you're saying I reject all ideas of spirituality, which I don't. I'm open to all of it. But the thing is, so I'd rather use Epicurean rationalist. Like this video right here shows it does a good job of showing why Abraxas is like the god of rationalists and people of today in this modern world, because it's like, let's just play it actually.
Yeah.
But
one thing that I was going to, what I was going to say though is that, oh shoot, what was it? Oh yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, I think that there's a very different thing between, like for instance, like in the grand scheme of things, like the one complaint that people could maybe make is this idea of platforming. But again, it's not like for instance, Uber Boyo has his own YouTube channel. It's not like
it's not like I'm bringing him on your channel or telling you what to bring them to, or like, yeah, we have to bring him on your channel now. I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? And I just think that's really selfish and like dishonest to make that the reason when there's probably more going on there. But whatever, I don't know. It just seems like, and there's a lot of, and I should have picked up on the red flags, and I ignored them because I am one of those people that will always give people the benefit of the doubt, which is probably one of my weakest things. But the red flags were there. Always bickering at people in the comment section. Like I would be doing a live, and then all of a sudden the live would be over. Oh, hey Jason, what's up, man? Yeah. And he'll be crying about someone in the chat. And I didn't even see it because I'm busy doing my video. I'm not paying attention to the chat. I don't always look at the chat. But all of a sudden it's like, oh, what happened? Oh, somebody said this and I didn't like it. Whoa, that's weird. So what? Just ignore it. And like there was a lot of that. He's always correcting people in the comments. Nidamos, you're wrong. This is what the scholars actually say. I need to correct you on your opinions. Always correcting people, always calling people out in the chat, always timing people out for little tiny dumb stuff, which was like, I should have saw the red flags. There's obviously with this person, we're talking about someone who's, and by the way, it all started because I missed the text. Because I've been making videos every week for this channel on time, never missed a day. And he asked every week, he'd always say, "Hey, is the video gonna be ready on time?" I would say yes. And then the next day, "Hey, is the video gonna be ready on time?" Yeah. Then eventually, constantly asking me, which I don't even know why you're asking me. You know it's gonna be there. I've never missed it. You're constantly asking about the video, so eventually I just started to let those texts go and just I'll answer them later. But this particular one, I couldn't get to it because I was busy. I was super busy this week. And like, cousin was in town, stuff like that. Anyways, didn't respond to that text, forgot about it, never went back to it. And then the next one was, "Oh, just want to let you know, I'm going to be moving in another direction because I don't like the way you handled this part of your video when you answered a phone call from Adam Green and didn't hang up on him right away." Like, fuck you, dude. That's not your choice. If I'm doing a call-in show and I'm challenging people, the point is people need to be on the opposite side of what I think for me to have a discussion. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm not having him on to like promote his channel or anything. So
100%.
that was one thing, and then he's bringing up old videos from a year ago. So I think there's more going on that I'm not being able to see. But at the end of the day, I do feel used about that. I feel like somebody got what they wanted from me, and then is now able to move on.
Yeah, that really sucks. And is one thing though that you did bring up with Adam Green, like, I mean, so for context, I'm someone who's Jewish. I've done a lot of work to combat anti-Semitism. Given it's not like I'm some big person, I whenever I see something, I try to do something about it. But the point being is, if you were to just, like, for one, I mean, I guess one answer would be to just not let him come on. But again, you're still going to get the same responses if you let him come on and then he starts saying some such shit and immediately you just kick him off. Like, at the end of the day, you're not agreeing with him. You're not even giving him a platform. You're literally pushing back against what he says. And the thing is, if like this is what's really dangerous. You can't just censor someone because their idea is wrong. You have to prove their idea is wrong, and you have to use the court of public opinion against them. I mean,
people like that need to be opposed. And if not, they're just going to run it in their echo chambers and then be like, "See, they won't even engage with us because they know we're right." And like, I'm not saying you have to be that guy. You can sit in the corner all day you want, but don't criticize someone else for being that guy. Don't do that. Like, and like, I don't know. It's just like eventually all his behavior is going to catch up to him because he's acting like he's all perfect and dandy. No, dude, you have a lot of bullshit going on. You are constantly talking behind people's backs who they think that you're nice to them in their faces. And I know this for a fact to be true. There's a lot of Dr. Josh, for some reason, you hate I always thought about I didn't understand this. Dr. Josh is one of the nicest people I know. Completely progressive guy. Awesome. A good father. Nothing. He's an Assyriologist. He's extremely educated on the ancient Near East. For some reason, every time that name gets brought up, oh my God, oh my God, I can't stand that. He's the worst. He's so overrated. What is something happened with you guys? What? Derek's doesn't like Derek because Derek doesn't talk about topics that you will like. Everyone has something that you don't like, and like you focus on all the bad things you don't like people. I've never, now that I think about it, I've never heard him like say good things about people unless it's like some scholar that he's trying to bring on. But eventually, those scholars are going to figure out like this dude's behavior. That's going to come to light. Like, you're not just going to be able to just like bad talk everybody and put yourself up on a high horse when you have nothing to show for, and you're like, you're not the expert, you're not that good, like you're not that smart, you're not that good of a host. Like, I don't know why you're criticizing everyone else when what are you doing? What have you done?
Doesn't Jesus say something about that? The whole idea, and again, attributed to him. He might have not said it, but this whole idea of the splinter in your fellow's eye and the log in your own.
Yeah, this dude sees all the flaws in everyone else, but can't see anything wrong with himself, which is kind of sad because honestly, it's not that hard to look at this person and point out some quick flaws, which I'm not gonna be that guy, but it's not, I don't even have to say it. People know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get into the video.
Yeah.
So, I'm going to set it at 1.5 speed.
So today's video is going to be around the secret god. Now, what is this secret god? Well, it is a god which is above all other gods and was never taught within the Christian church.
So this is what the idea of like the Hypsistos, like the god that exists above all gods.
I was thinking about that because they have a lot of the same epithets. Sabao, Yao. That's a lot. If you look, so if you find all these Abraxas etchings in these, there's talismans and then there's carvings in rock. That's pretty much what we know about Abraxas because a lot the texts don't survive. We just have talismans and art and etchings, and the epithets that Abraxas gets are the same as Sabatsios. So there has to, I think there is some sort of monotheistic layer happening here with this god. He's also called the Archon, the chief Archon. He's also identified with the demiurge in some cases. There's a lot of different views on Abraxas depending on who it is. Basilides said he was the chief Archon, but the church said he was the chief of all the demons. He's the Antichrist.
It's really interesting because the idea of archons actually get interpreted in a very demonic wouldn't be, but like in a very diabolical understanding. Yeah. So it's kind of like it's almost this understanding. They're saying that he's both, and in a sense, it kind of is this idea that the bad and the good, this idea of the good God and the bad God, that they are one.
Yeah, and it's interesting how a lot of times he's depicted as carrying light in his hand. So there's like. And I'm looking for it, but I can't find it, of the title of Luciferio. You would think you would see that, but at the same time, it's not there is no Latin. These are all Greek inscriptions. So I don't know. Maybe they just didn't. Maybe that's just implied because he looks like a light bringer.
Oh my God! I just realized something. So what is that in his hand, other than the shield?
The whip.
Yeah. But so here, let me see if I can find.
That's a archon symbol. A ruler symbol. Archon means ruler in Greek. A ruler holds the whip. Get it? You see this a lot in Egypt with the Egyptian pharaohs. So there's something going on with that. But what about the Azisos?
Oh yeah.
Isn't there a symbol? Isn't there something to do with Azisos and birds or no?
I'm not 100% sure about that. I haven't looked enough into that. But so something that I did notice, oh, you know what it is? It's probably this association of the morning star, or like, you know, the one who brings the light, and then the fact that the crow or the rooster crows at the sun, or at the dawn.
Also, Azisos, Julian the Apostate calls so he's the morning star, first of all. But Julian the Apostate says he's the same as Ares, the god of war. Now look at he's got his shield. He's got his shield on. He's got his armor. He looks like a god of war in this picture, too.
So the reason why the whip stood out to me, I'm going to pull up a quick video on that. I hope because this is so relevant. So have you ever heard of the term pulsa denora?
No.
So this is something, pulsa denora. So it literally translates as, oh God, there's going to be a bunch of kooks talking about it probably. So let's see. It's basically, I mean, it's not a perfect equivalent, but it's basically like a curse. Oh, what's this? This is interesting. I'm going to put this to watch later, but let's see. Shoot. Here, I'll just Pulsa Denora. So the Pulsa Denora, the lashes of fire, is a purportedly ancient Kabbalistic ceremony in which the destroying angels are invoked to block heavenly forgiveness of the subject's sins, allegedly causing all the curses named in the Bible to befall him, resulting in his death. It is controversial for having been allegedly invoked against several contemporary political figures, including by Yosef Dayan against Yitzhak Rabin prior to his assassination. His historicity has been questioned. In Mishpacha, a Haredi magazine, Dr. Dov Schwartz of Bar Ilan University and the Haredi public figure Moshe Blau argued that the ceremony has no basis in traditional Judaism and actually originates in the mid-20th century. But what's interesting is this term. So the concept of it as a curse, that's something that's very contemporary. But the idea itself, so pulsa, probably from Latin, and then it gets absorbed into Aramaic. derived from Latin word pulsus, meaning blow or strike, and nora is like fire or flame in Aramaic. And so the phrase pulsa de nora appears in several stories in classic rabbinical literature. Adam told Rabbi Akiva that the angels were beating him with a stick of fire in punishment for his sins. And according to the description of Gehenna by Joshua ben Levi, who, according to similar to Dante Alighieri, wandered through hell under the guidance of the angel Duma. Absalom still dwells there, having the rebellious heathen in charge. And when the angels with their fiery rods also, notice this, the angels or the archons with their fiery rods, and then you have the head archon with his multiple lashes.
Yeah. So,
Just,
do you know? Also, just not to not do you know about the Neoplatonist idea of making the supreme principle the one, the an or en in Greek, or the good, agathon? And so Plotinus and the Amicus combined Helios with Mithras and Jupiter. It's a trinity. It's called, and they call it Julian's triad. Julian did a hymn to King Helios, which I actually have behind me in English and Greek, and this is where he. So it's really interesting, by the way. I don't know if you want to look into that at all, but yeah, there's the idea of the one, but it's not a Christian monotheistic or Jewish monotheistic. It's a Neoplatonist, pagan monotheistic God, which combining Jupiter, Mithras, and Helios. Which is where you get Sol Invictus from, by the way.
Interesting. So Jupiter, Mithras, you said?
Yeah. It's called the hymn to King Helios.
Yeah, you said you have the translation of it?
Yeah, I have it. I can read it.
Awesome.
Want me to read it?
Yep.
All right. Okay. What I am about to say, I consider to be the greatest importance for all things that breathe and move upon the earth, and have a share in existence, in reasoning soul and intelligence, but above all others, it is the importance to myself, for I am a follower of King Helios. Now, this is important for later Gnosticism because Carl Jung's Red Book, he says that God is Helios and Abraxas is effect. So this is all coming together. This is all going to tie together in our conversation. So King Helios, and of this fact I possess within me, knowing myself, proofs more certain than I can give. But this at least I am permitted to say without sacrilege, that from my childhood an extraordinary longing for the rays of the God penetrated deep into my soul. From my earliest years, my mind was so completely swayed by the light that illumines the heavens that not only did I desire to gaze intently at the sun, but whenever I walked abroad in the night season, when the firmament was clear and cloudless, I abandoned all else without exception and gave up myself to the beauties of the heavens. Nor did I understand what anyone else might say to me, nor heed what I was doing myself. I was considered to be over curious about these matters and pay too much attention to them, and people went so far as to regard me as an astrologer when my beard had only just begun to grow. And yet I called heaven to witness. Never had a book on this subject come into my hands, nor did I as yet know that what science was. Now I just want to skip ahead a little bit to get to where he says about this God. He says, here it is. He says, oh, this is pretty long. Holy shit. 1 second. Apollo, too, in this case, appears to separate the dividing creative function of Dionysus from Helios. And since he always subordinates it to Helios, and so indicates that Dionysus, to his partner on the throne, Apollo, is the interpreter for us of the fairest purposes that are to be found with our God. Further, Helios, since he comprehends in himself all the principles of the fairest intellectual synthesis, is himself Apollo, the leader of the muses. And since he fills the whole of our life with fair order, he begot Asclepius in the world. Though even before the beginning of the world, he had him by his side. Just think about all these parallels from this pagan world that's like forming into a monotheistic Sol Invictus, unconquerable sun. But there's also this like Luciferian light bringing aspect where he says, even at night, the light's with me. So later on, when Carl Jung gets into his mystic phase, he's one of the first people to obtain the Nag Hammadi, some of the Nag Hammadi texts in Greek, and he's translating them. And he brings up the fact that Helios is this like main god. And he says, I'm going to read it for you. This is from Carl Jung's the end of his life. He says, the sun god is the highest good and the devil the opposite. Now think about this. He was just talking about how Apollo and Dionysus are these two opposites that both are sitting on the kingdom throne. Where Carl Jung seems to be that the devil and Dionysus kind of, I'm seeing a parallel. Whereas Apollo, obviously the sun god is the highest good, the devil the opposite. Thus you have two gods, but there are many high and good things and many great evils. Among these are two devil gods. One is the burning one, the other the growing one. The burning one is Eros in the form of a flame. It shines by consuming. The growing one is the tree of life. It greens by heaping up growing living matter. Eros flames up and dies, but the tree of life grows in slow and constant increase through the measureless periods of time. Good and evil unite in the flame. Good and evil unite in the growth of the tree. In their divinity, life and love stand opposed. The number of the gods and devils is innumerable as the hosts of the stars. Each star is a god, and each space that a star fills is a devil. This is some Epicurean Adam stuff right here, like Boyd and Adams. But
Wow.
the empty fullness of the whole is the pleroma. Here's where it gets crazy, and I promise I'll be done. Abraxas is the effect of the whole, and the whole and only the ineffective opposes him. 4 is the number of the principal gods, as 4 is the number of the world's measurements. 1 is the beginning, the sun god. 2 is Eros. Here we have this Hesiod thing happening here. 2 is Eros, for he binds 2 together and spreads himself out in brightness. The tree of life, for it fills space and bodies. 4 is the devil, for he opens all that is closed. He dissolves everything formed and physical. He is the destroyer. In him, everything becomes nothing. And so, and the last thing I want to say, and then we can just do whatever. Here he says, because, okay, so we're talking about right after Nietzsche came out with his Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and God is dead was everywhere. That was the philosophical punch in the face. Like, you know how the Greeks have, know thyself, or, there's all these different sayings that people like that hit home. And this time it was God is dead. It was all rationality. And so he comes along and says, hold on, I'll get to it. He says, here it is. God is not dead. He is alive as ever. God is creation, for he is something definite and therefore differentiated from the pleroma. God is a quality of the pleroma, and everything I have said about creation also applies to him. But he is distinct from creation, that he is much more indefinite and indeterminable. He is less differentiated than creation, since the ground of his essence is effective fullness. Only insofar he is definite and differentiated, he creation, as he is the manifestation of the effective fullness in the pleroma. Then he says, this is a God you knew nothing about, because mankind forgot him. We call him by his name, Abraxas. He is even more indefinite than the God and the devil. To distinguish him from God, we call him Helios, or sun. Back to Julian's hymn to the Helios. Abraxas is effect. Nothing stands opposed to him but the ineffective. Hence, he is effective nature, unfolds itself freely. The unreal neither exists nor resists. Abraxas stands above the sun and above the devil. He is improbable probability, that which takes unreal effect. If the pleroma had an essence, Abraxas would be its manifestation. He is the effectual itself, not any particular effect, but effect in general. So this is the point that I wanted to make. You see this idea that Abraxas is above all God, and he's above God and devil. He is the reality itself. He's the demiurge. He's the creator. He is the all. He's the one. He's the monad. But underneath him, you have these two opposing forces: the god Helios, the sun, and the devil, or you could say that's Dionysus, the dark one. So just like in the hymn to King Helios from Julian the Apostate, you had this idea where you have Sabbatios as the king, this godfather, father figure, creator figure, and then underneath him you have the sun, Helios, or Apollo, and then Dionysus or Bacchus. But there's this triad thing happening.
Wow, it's really interesting because, like, I mean, and that's why I dropped the extra screen from the stream so that we can see this picture that I have. So, like, it's kind of this like mirrored image. It's basically like an image of basically Jesus, but it shows like a dark side and a light side.
Yeah.
But
but it's interesting that these two opposing forces they're equal, and they're both subordinate to the one. So it's not dualism, it's monism. But within this monism, it's like a yin and the yang thing. The yin and the yang is not dualism, it's monism. But within the monist, you have these two opposing forces.
Oh, wow. So I'll bet you that probably, so you have basically within this context, so you have like so because you have a triad. So in this context, though, the triangle is pointing upwards. So you have like, what is this? It would be Helios and, wait, what are the three again?
Helios and the devil.
Okay, so so you'd have Helios, the devil, or alternatively Jesus as Christ and the devil.
Yes.
And then
or Apollo and Bacchus.
Well, and so this is
it depends on how you plug it in, but there's that dual. All you're doing is you're taking. You could do this with Zoroastrianism. You could take Ahura Mazda and Angra Manu and plug those two in.
Well, but this is the interesting thing. So within a Christian context, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah. Oh, you're getting there.
Yeah, but the thing is,
the Holy Spirit can be seen as Bacchus entering you from drinking wine.
Well, so I was actually going to flip it around the other way. So when we think of like Jesus within the context, like basically so if you have Father, Son, so it's generally depicted as technically it really should be like up here. So you have Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So like the Father and Holy Spirit would be here, but that's not how it is. It's Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. But the thing is that, like, if you read between the lines, Jesus is being possessed by the Holy Spirit. So like
right.
Jesus is the Holy Spirit. So in the context of the Son is actually probably the destroyer.
Guess what? Apollyon means destroyer in Greek too.
Wow.
And this and you want to get even crazier? Apollonius of Tyana, the story that was written by Flavius Philostratus about his life was in the 3rd century. I think the 3rd century.
BC.
Guess who funded that project?
Wait, Common Era or before?
Common Era.
Julian the Apostate?
No, it was Julia Domna, the grandmother of Elagabalus.
Oh, wow.
So look at how this is forming, right? You had this new sun god religion coming out of Syria, and they're looking at it's very Neoplatonist. It's very much Gnostic too, because you had this like dueling forces thing happening. But Julia Domna, who's deified as a goddess, she's literally they thought that she was Athena incarnate. I did a video on this about Elagabalus. I opened up the story about her. She's so important. She's the reason why anyone even cared about Elagabalus. His priesthood was through her, and she marries Septimus, the Emperor Septimus Severus. Anyways, she's the one who funded Philostratus to write the story about Apollonius of Tyana, the church then decrees that Apollonius of Tyana is the Antichrist. So you have a Christ and an Antichrist, and the Antichrist's name is Apollonius, Apollo, destroyer. And then in the book of Revelation, Apollyon is the name of the destroyer, who is the devil.
Interesting.
And then check this out, Lucifer. This is all coming back to Lucifer because Apollo is considered to be a light bringer, like he's a light god. He's not exactly the sun, that's Helios, but they're synonymous. And even by the time you get to Augustus, they're pretty much saying that Apollo is a sun god, which he never really was until the 1st century. But the reason why I'm bringing that up is because the story of Apollo is that when Apollo's son is murdered by Zeus, and when there's a hit on Apollo's son by Zeus, Apollo goes and kills the giant, whatever the giant's called again. And
wait, the Hecatonchires?
no, it's like the name of a giant from Greek mythology. I forgot what they're called. But anyways, Apollo goes and kills them.
Oh, like the Colossi or something?
Yeah, something like that. But anyways, Apollo goes and kills them. Like, look up who does Apollo kill. Apollo falls from Zeus. This is actually important. You're going to see why. You're going to see why.
Is it Bellerophon?
I think so. Yeah, hold on. I got the story right here. So this is crazy. This is so important because where is it? Oh, I just had it. Apollo. Hold on a second. Where'd it go?
Oh, also before I forget, do you want to maybe like post in your community tab that you're live with me?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do that right now.
Right,
now,
cool.
Okay, so yeah, let me just find this real quick.
I know.
Oh yeah, Phobios is one of his titles. It literally means bright one. He's this light god, and so the story is, I'm trying to find the story of his fall. Okay, it's basically what I'm getting at is the story of Lucifer's fall from heaven is not. That's not a thing. It's not. That doesn't exist. They're taking the story of Apollo and just saying that's Lucifer. Do you understand? Do you understand what I'm saying right now? All the text we have about Lucifer, the ancient world, Phosphorus in Greek. There's nothing bad about him. No fallen angel. None of that crap that doesn't exist. That's not Lucifer. The story of the fallen one is Apollo. Apollo is cursed to live with humans for the rest of his life. He's literally taken from the sky, the heavens, where Zeus is king, and he's kicked out, and he has to go live with humans. And it's the fall of Satan. It's a story of the fall of Apollo. So it can't be, for me, it can't be a coincidence that in the book of Revelation, Apollyon is the name of the devil. To me, there's too much going on there. There's too many connections there. I'm gonna find it right now. I gotta find this story.
Are you sure it's not Bellerophon? Is Bellerophon like it's similar to the idea of what is it, the fall of Icarus, except with this case it wasn't pride.
No, it's 100% Apollo. I know for a fact. I was just looking at this. Hold on, I'll find it right now though. I thought it was I thought they had it in the Wikipedia. Maybe they don't. So now I just gotta find the actual text. Hang on a second.
I could look it up if you want.
Yeah, if you can find it.
Let's see. So, okay, here I found it.
You did?
Oh wait, no. That's from Mercury Orden. Never mind. But he's clearly pulling. Look at this. Tell me if this doesn't resonate. After angering his father Zeus, the god Apollo is cast down from Olympus, weak and disoriented. He lands in New York City as a regular teenage boy. Obviously, that part is.
Yeah, this has got to be some retelling of the same story, though. Probably is. So I'm gonna find it though. I'm gonna find it. Just give me a second.
Oh, is it the story of Hyacinthus?
No, that's the story where Hyacinthus dies. That's his boyfriend and lover.
Okay, here I found it.
All right.
In the trials of Apollo, what happened to make Apollo fall out of the sky?
There you go. You found it. That's it.
Yeah. All right.
Read it.
Oh wait, I think this is. Wait. Dang it! This is in reference to. Never mind. It's
all right, hold on. I'll find it. We have to find it now. Now everyone's going to be like, "What are they talking about?" We got to find this story. I think I have it written, or I have it in text form over here somewhere. I just don't know where I did with it.
Let's see. Oh, wait, no. Hmm. Apollo expelled from Olympus. Oh,
Found it.
maybe. Okay. Because Python was sacred to God. So this is it because he slayed the Python and because it was sacred? Zeus exiled Apollo from Olympus and sentenced him to 9 years on Earth.
Yeah, but I don't. Is it 9 years? I thought he said they spent the rest of his life on Earth. But
How?
maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe there's different versions. There could be different versions too.
Yeah, that's probably it.
I don't know why I can't just find it from looking up Apollo comes out of heaven. Is it that rare of a story? You would think everyone would know this story. The point I'm making, though, the reason why I'm even bringing all this up is that everyone knows that Lucifer fell from heaven. Why do they know this? Because of Milton Friedman's story. But do you know that Milton Friedman didn't? That's not an ancient story being retold by not Milton Friedman, John Milton. I said Milton Friedman. John Milton's. What is that story called again? I have it behind me. It's
Paradise Lost.
Paradise Lost. That's not an ancient story. He's taking the story of Apollo and just making Lucifer Apollo, which is not. To me, that was a scholarly choice by Milton. That was a good choice because Lucifer and Apollo are pretty much. They're both light bringers. They're both like suns, kind of. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean to be fair, it does get syncretized with the idea of the king of Tyre fallen from grace.
Isaiah.
Yeah.
Isaiah is the reason why Isaiah might be the reason why the Apollo story gets placed onto Satan. Because Isaiah is saying, "Oh, Lucifer, have you fallen?" I thought he was talking about the king of Babylon, though. Was it the king of Babylon or is it the king of Tyre?
Well, it's a king of Tyre, but it might be.
I thought it was Babylon.
Yeah, it refers to the prince or king of Tyre, which one of the reasons why this is like one of those prophecies. How the king of Tyre, or like it has to do with this. I think it's like connected with. I mean, I could look it up, but I'm almost certain it's the king of Tyre. But yeah, if you just want to post that now, I'll look it up right now.
All
right. So let's see. It was Hillel ben Shachar. Was it? Oh, mounted the clouds. Mounted the clouds. Wait, no, it's okay, yeah. Is it here? No, it's not this one. It's
what are you looking for now?
It's Son of the Dawn. I just do you remember exactly what? Okay, here it is.
Isaiah?
Okay, here I found it does say something about King of Babylon. So
yeah, Babylon.
So Hillel, which means shining one, an epithet.
There you go. That's exactly what Apollo's called, dude. Shining one. We just saw that.
So I thought it did reference. Wait, does it not reference him as the king of Tyre? Interesting.
Yeah, I told you it was Babylon. I always knew it was Babylon because the king of Babylon. Here's why he says that. The king of Babylon was the king of the world for a long time. Babylon was the seat of power. Like you know what I mean, right? Like Babylon was always seen as like whoever had the kingdom of Babylon had all the power in the world. That was the highest position you can be in the ancient world. But when the king of Babylon fell from his power, it was like seeing a star fall from the sky. That's what Isaiah is doing here. Now, people take this text later on and apply it to Lucifer falling because that's one of the translations, shining one. But you also can see this as there's a story of Apollo being kicked out of heaven by Zeus and to spend his days on earth. You can see that being so. What happens is Lucifer becomes that god, and there is like Lucifer is not an evil, wicked anti-hero in any of the stories anywhere. Doesn't exist. Did you know that?
Yeah.
There is no bad story about Lucifer in ancient Greek or in Latin. That's not till way after Christianity is in place. Isn't that funny how that is?
I mean, it's kind of the same with Satan. At the end of the day, think about it. Satan's punishing Job, for no supposed reason, but at the end of the day, God could just say, no, you can't do that. God's the one letting Satan do it.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
you're right. You're right. Oh,
Yeah? Oh, so also I did find here. So here's Rashi comments on this. It's really interesting. He says, Lucifer, the morning star. This is Venus, which gives light as the morning star. Halel, being derived from Yahal, to shed light. This is a lamentation over the heavenly prince of Babylon, who will fall from heaven. You have been cut down to the earth. You, Nebuchadnezzar, who have cast lots on nations. You would have cast lots on them, on the kings. Who of them would serve you on such and such a day? And who on such and such day. Our rabbis, however, expanded this to mean that he would cast lots on the kings for purposes of pederasty? What?
wow. What is that about again?
I have no clue.
Wait, but who are they saying that's about?
Nebuchadnezzar.
Oh, I see.
Wait, what the heck? Shahaya Metil? What's this word? This is just who walks for pleasure or stroll. What the heck? Okay, it's a Hapax Legomenon in Job. His bones. Wait, what? This is Kemetil Barzel are like iron rock. Oh my god, this is. What on earth did we just stumble across? Our rabbis, however, expounded this to mean that he would cast lots on the kings for purposes of pederasty. Like, what? This is something for Ammon.
Yeah.
But
yeah, that's the whole thing. The whole thing I really want to hammer and drill is the story of the fall was originally Apollo. Now, some might say, what about Prometheus? And you might say back. I might say back to that. Well, maybe there's a layer of the Prometheus story being tossed into the mix when we get into this. When we get into the world of monotheism and everything's kind of all these syncretist gods are pushed into each other. Like Tacitus tells this long story about how Serapis is the same as Pluto, who's the same as Bacchus, who's the same as you have this like the syncretism is a thing now, right? So you can say that when the great Satan character is being formed, when there's this devil, if you will, stories of Prometheus, stories of Apollo, stories of Pan, they're all being kind of like pushed onto this character in this narrative into one thing.
Yeah, so I think I found what you were talking about. So this is the story of Apollo and the Python. So this just says, at just 4 days old, Apollo went on a hunt to avenge the Python who had tormented his pregnant mother. With his handy bow and arrow, he hit. So also here's this whole iconography of Apollo or Apollyon with the bow, and he's using it to strike the dragon or the python. He hit the python and killed it instantly, while the nymphs of Delphi cheered him on. The python's mother, Gaia, meanwhile, was deeply angered, so much so she told Zeus to banish Apollo to Tartarus, to hell. Instead, Zeus punished Apollo by exiling him from Olympus and making him serve as a slave on Earth for 9 long years.
Yeah, that's funny how it says 9 because there's another version. It's the rest of it. He has to spend his days on Earth. Now that's the one that the Christians are holding on to, the days thing. You know what I mean? It's a different version. But I know, I saw that. I just saw the one you're talking about too.
Yeah, so I wonder like where this, and then you even have it with you have the same motif also with Bellerophon. He pushed his luck too far, and riding Pegasus high in the sky in a vain and foolish attempt to join the gods on Mount Olympus, Bellerophon fell to the ground and was killed. Given in that he's not like.
What's interesting is that Apollo is called the Shining One, Phoebus, and the Shining One is the one who falls in Isaiah. So it doesn't have to be Lucifer in Isaiah. You can literally apply Isaiah to Apollo.
Mm-hmm. So Matthew Becker said Prometheus and the Morning Star are both the light bringers, and then Usal
exactly.
said,
Yeah, Prometheus is called Lightbringer. Yeah.
Yeah, and then Usal said that he thinks you were saying that he isn't the original. But I think that's probably like, you go far back enough in history and probably even into prehistory, and you'll find another Lightbringer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, Lightbringer became a title for a lot of different, like Diana. Diana's who's considered to be either a moon goddess or like another version of Artemis. She had the title Diana Luciferio in Latin.
Philip Demick said he he banished Apollo to Turkey, which is worse than hell.
No, but you know what's funny about that? I think Turkey is like it wasn't called Turkey back then, but it was called like
Anatolia.
Phrygia. Yeah, it was that's where he went. That's actually where Apollo had to go. And then in this place, Apollo was living with Pan, and they were doing music contests together. It's in Ovid's Metamorphosis.
Oh
So
wow.
every time Pan shows up in Metamorphosis, Apollo is right next to him. They're like best friends, Apollo and Pan. Which is another thing. Is like the devil, Lucifer, goat god, two different things. The devil being depicted later on by the Catholic Church, looking exactly like Pan. What if they're taking those two characters and putting them into one? Lucifer.
I mean, it makes a lot.
Lucifer looks like a Pan in medieval times.
Yeah, and I mean, like, even just look at the depiction of Baphomet now.
Baphomet, right? Yeah.
So, here, have you ever heard of Derinkuyu?
I think so.
So it's an underground city in Turkey. It's like freaking marvelous. So
oh yeah. That's where the Phrygians used to live, right?
yeah, and so this idea of being banished to Tartarus or being sent to Earth to Turkey, I mean, you could argue that he was sent to the underworld, and I mean, it literally is an underworld.
Yeah, that makes sense actually. And check this out. Pan has a grotto in Israel. You and I both know this. At Benias, where all the the countryside in the north, kind of close to Nazareth area. Well, anyways, there's a gateway to Hades there. There's an underground tunnel that leads you underground where Pan I think that's where the devil lives. There's a sign there in Hebrew. It's like the gateway to hell or something, or Sheol or something like that. Me and Derek were reading it. I have pictures of it. Wow. It looks like the video you're looking at right now. It looks like that.
And the thing that's really interesting about all of that is the fact that not only is that, associated with Pan, but it's right, like, I think it's on the foot or like right before.
Oh, it's the mountain. It's the mountain where the transfiguration went down in the Bible. So that's where the Christians claim where they saw Jesus, Elijah, and Moses standing is on top of Pan's grotto. And then check this out. This is what blew my mind. I was so blown away by this when I was in Israel. You could pick up a rock and throw it a distance. This is how close it was. You can see it. You can literally take a rock and throw and hit it. Was a temple to Augustus at Livia. And
wow.
and then inside this temple to Augustus was a statue of Augustus looking like Apollo. So it basically was Apollo, but it was Augustus, and then next to him was Livia, who would look like the goddess Tyche. So she was holding the big grain thing. We saw it, dude. So you have in one spot in Israel, you have Apollo, who's Augustus, Tyche, who's Livia, and then you have Pan's grotto, and then you have the location where Jesus, Elijah, and Moses stood, all in one 5-foot or 500-foot area.
So one thing that's interesting about that, have you ever seen depictions of Tyche, what she's wearing on her head?
Yeah, show it.
Here, let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, because that's another thing. You can probably say that's like Serapis and Isis too. You can say that she probably was like another layer of Isis going on, Tyche.
Let's see, is there any depictions?
See how I said Mithra?
Yeah. Okay, there. That's key. See, so
that's the star of Venus. Right? Or no?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it is. Wait, no. Venus
is 6. But
no, Venus is 8.
Are you sure it's not 6?
Yeah, I'm sure. Venus is the 8-pointed star.
Oh, 8-pointed star. You're right. Maybe you just can't see it. Well, No, because I've seen the Star of Venus have that before.
Well,
I've seen the
anyway,
Star of Venus- yeah. Anyways, doesn't matter. Go ahead.
yeah. So basically, well, actually, no. This is more significant because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait, one. Is
That's
that
what I'm saying. Maybe you just can't see one, but it's
Oh yeah. This one's definitely 8.
yeah.
But so you have that motif, but the main thing I'm just going to pull it up in a picture. So Taiki, so she's depicted. It's very interesting. Here, is there a bigger picture? How do I close this? Oh shoot! Here, let me just find it better.
Sure.
Okay, so basically, Taiki, she's the Greek version of Fortuna, right?
Yeah, I would say so because they're both. Yeah, that would be a good equivalent.
So basically,
But I wouldn't say it's a 1-for-1. I would say there's like a 90% overlap because
I mean, she's the counterpart. It's not like you said, but they are connected.
yeah.
So here, yeah, here you can. Wait, can I? Yeah, I'm just going to open this. Open here. Search this tab instead. So this is in Istanbul, but so
How beautiful that is, by the way. And that guess what god that is? The kid. That's Plotos. Wealth. But he's also divine. He's also considered to be the divine child, and people actually identified him with Bacchus, and not only Bacchus, but Pluto, the underground king, underworld king. So it's really weird and confusing because you're like, isn't he already established? But like the weird thing about gods is they can have different carnations. You know what I mean?
yeah.
But that's Plautos.
So it's kind of hard to see her crown, but you definitely can see. So she's associated with all this vegetation and this fortune bounty. Like you can see what look like apples. This is a pine cone, grapes, like multiple clusters of grapes. That
You might be able to see in the description underneath. It might have like the exact details and stuff, and the dates and when it was made and all that stuff. See if they have that. Yeah, more details. Click on more details. No, go back. Click on more details. The big blue thing right there. Yeah. So now this will have everything.
goddess Tyche holding in her arms Plutus, like you said, god of wealth as a child. Hellenistic art, Roman period, 2nd century BC.
Ooh, that's old. That's old, dude. 2nd century BCE. That's not.
Sorry. It's 2nd century CE.
Okay. That's awesome. That's crazy.
The coloring of the hair is remarkably well preserved.
Yeah, it is. That's beautiful.
wow.
I love that. Imagine having that in your house. That thing is sweet, dude.
Yeah.
Look at that crown. That's what's on it.
It looks like a bunch of vegetation, but
yeah,
there's some better images of it. Let's see here.
Oh, and by the way, Plautos, that god, that child in Egypt, is actually, believe it or not, this is crazy because it ties back into the sun god. They thought that was not Helios, Horus, Harpocrates. They called him the divine child. So wealth, Harpocrates takes on 2 different Greek gods into one, Helios and Pluto. So he's the god of wealth and luck, but he's also the sun god.
So here I found what I was looking for. So here you have the beautiful face of Tyche, and now look at her crown. What is it?
That's like Kybele.
Exactly. It's the gates of a city.
Yeah, and you know what I just thought about? If they're depicting Livia as Tyche, and obviously Apollo for Augustus, but who's the son? Who's the child of Livia? Is it by adoption? Because I don't think they had any children. But who would it be? Would it be Tiberius? Maybe it's just any default Roman emperor, whoever it is. Like maybe that's like, I don't know. I'm just throwing, because you know how there's always like secret symbolism in between all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I'm really rusty on my Roman history.
Yeah, because they adopted Tiberius. They didn't. I don't think they actually had a son.
That's fine. 420 said, gated for safety reasons. Whose safety, I wonder? Um, William says, Pan is alive and well. So are many of the other gods and goddesses. Some in bodies, some in our words and letters. That's a beautiful.
You know what's interesting about that, William, is Plutarch would disagree. You want to know why? All right, hold on. I'm going to show you something right now, and I bet you William knows what I'm talking about, but I'm just going to show it anyway. This is a famous quote from Plutarch, and he got this. This is actually I'm trying to find it. Where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. He got this from an oracle from Delphi, which was the god Apollo. The god Apollo. Where? How come I can't? Okay, I'll just share my screen.
Oh, just let me know.
Why is my thing loading so much? It's so weird. That's weird. It's like it won't load. Anyways, the here, I'll just share my screen. So Plutarch in the 2nd century went to the oracle at Delphi to get a message from Apollo, out of all gods, and this is what the Apollo said: the great god Pan is dead. So I just thought it was interesting. William said Pan is alive, and Plutarch says, he's dead. But the thing is, can Pan resurrect? I say yeah. What do you think that does for people that are like venerating Pan? Pan was a huge deal in the pagan world. What do you think that does to people when Plutarch, who's the high priest of Delphi, who's one of the most like trusted sources for relying oracles from the gods, and he comes back from his oracle all like probably crying, probably tearing up, probably like really emotional. They're like, what is it? What did the gods say? What did he say? The great god Pan is dead. Imagine what they would thought or how they felt when they heard that. Can you imagine that? Imagine in Jerusalem, the Levite priest goes in there and he does his offering, he does his incense, he does the offering, he eats the bread, the manna, and all of a sudden he sits there and he's chanting some psalms and he gets into the zone, and all of a sudden the oracle comes. Yahweh is dead. Imagine what that would do to people. Now apply that to ancient Greece. That probably was a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, it does make you wonder, because at the end of the day, just because this idea that Pan died, so did Bacchus.
Right. And what if maybe Pan takes on some underworld kingship? Maybe, who knows?
So check out this comment. It says Ryan Apologetics 747 said, these are just idols. People worshiping these useless statues got nothing but disappointment. You guys are all right to be interested in history. However, you should realize these are worthless idols. You want to take this?
I don't know what to say to that. I mean, what is that? You could say the same thing about Jesus.
I mean, even just further, the idea of God in general, like, how many things do you pray to God for? Does he give you those things? And I mean,
did Trump get elected when everyone was praying for Trump to get elected? No. So I don't know. I wouldn't throw stones from a glass house. That's all I would say.
Yeah, at the end of the day, and I mean,
Jesus said, some of you will not taste death before I come back in my Father's glory with the angels and bring the kingdom. And it's been over 2,000 years. And it didn't happen yet. So I don't know if I would be all on my high horse about these idols. I mean, I'm just saying.
No, but it was a prophecy, and it wasn't supposed to be read yet, but they read it too early, so all of a sudden it seems like I bet you someone's making that argument.
Oh yeah, there's all types of like my friend, like when I debated what's his name, he said, because the kingdom's already there. Really? So if the kingdom's already there, then why is he telling them the kingdom's coming then? Well, it's going to happen twice. So there you go. The prophecy failed. Like, you just walked into your own punch by saying that, and he just didn't understand what I meant. He was like, huh? No, but it's already there. It's already there. I was like, yeah. If it's already there, then why would he say it's coming? Because it's going to happen twice. Bingo! It didn't happen twice. Like, what don't you get about that? Like, and he just kept saying to himself, but it already had. Like, I don't know. There's an answer for everything. That's the thing about apologetics, which is funny because it's in his name, Ryan Apologetic. Apologetics is designed to give you the answer to make you feel better about all the hard questions. I can throw anything at Ryan Apologetics over here. I can just be like, hey, what about this verse right here? Or what about this right here? What about this prophecy didn't happen yet? He'll have an answer for it. Somebody, William Lane Craig, whoever, throughout the years, they've had 1,500, 1,700 years of nonstop thinking about this stuff to the point where Christianity is full bulletproof now. There's an answer for everything. You just got to know what it is. There's a script, basically.
Oh, okay, this is good. Wow, you are clueless. Jesus and the Father and the Holy Spirit are God. I have been saved by the living God from the devil. You really are not aware how evil what you just said was. Oh, wait, first of all, Ryan, tell me this. Why is it that it's it's not okay, but like within Christian doctrine, you can be forgiven for blaspheming against Jesus, but to blaspheme against the Holy Spirit, why is that unforgivable? Can you answer me that? I'm waiting for your answer. But like at the end of the day, I'm not trying to like I'm not trying to be like, oh, I know.
Also, if God wants to save everybody, why doesn't he just do it? Why does he have to make life some giant jigsaw puzzle for everyone to figure out? Why doesn't he just save everyone? Why does he? He's the one that creates hell, but then he wants you to be saved from the hell that he created. It's a little weird, isn't it? And then the Trinity concept is that the Son, who is also the Father at the same time, decides that he's going to go down to earth and sacrifice himself to himself. And all you have to do is just pretend to believe in it, and that's okay.
Mm-hmm. So Ryan's answer is that it's because the Holy Spirit is the Father's Spirit. Except she is so much more than that. And this is honestly, I think this is the reason why Christianity today, without the use of force, is starting to kind of I mean, not all denominations, but a lot of them are starting to fall apart. And it's like, I think it's hard for anyone to deny it. A lot of Christians are saying this, that, the church is like, given it's viewed as, oh, we're under attack, but basically this understanding of people don't want to go to church anymore. People aren't feeling the same connection. And I think they're referred to as like spiritually dead churches. But the thing is, it's literally an epidemic that's sweeping not just America, but oh yeah, sure. I'll throw a link in for anyone who wants to join. But let's see, where was it?
Who wants to join?
420 Atheist.
Oh.
But yeah, so and this is something that I really think that a lot of Christians don't know, and I don't fault them, because at the end of the day,
honestly, Ryan is afraid of not knowing what's going to happen after he dies. I've been there. I was a Christian. All of us are humans, are terrified of our mortality, then of not knowing. So it's nice to have it's nice to convince yourself that you have this out that no one else knows, and only you have chosen. You are saved, and everything's going to be okay because it got written down 2,000 years ago by some people. That's it. He probably doesn't want to admit it, and that's just what it is.
So here we are. So it is wisdom calling, understanding, raising her voice. So it's saying wisdom and understanding, same entity. It's just referring to her with different names. So you look here, chokhmah. It's used in many different contexts, but specifically wisdom. Let's see. Okay, wisdom, attribute of God or of God's. The point is that chokhmah directly translates to Sophia. Either chokhmah or dot, but it even says later. Where is it? It does mention knowledge somewhere. It's just okay. Yeah, not knowledge better than choice gold. So here you have dot and chokhmah both. I mean, you could say one does and one doesn't, but they basically both translate to Sophia. Now, for anyone who doesn't know, there's a reason.
Someone's here, actually.
What?
Someone wrote knock knock. I can't see him down there though.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. It's 4:20. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
So, yeah. So the Hagia Sophia, is the famous mosque, once church, that was built by the Byzantine Empire, by, was it Constantius II? It's I don't know the history. Okay. Wait. So the first church known on the site was known as Magna Ecclesia, the Great Church. Okay, where is it? The near. Wait. Okay, when was it actually? Let's see. Sophia. Okay. Constantine built Hagia Sophia with a wooden. Okay, here. Does it talk about the name? The nearby Hagia Irene, or Holy Peace, church was completed earlier and served as cathedral until the Great Church was completed. Besides Hagia Irene, there is no record of major churches in the city center before the late 4th century. Roland Mainstone argued the 4th century church was not yet known as Hagia Sophia. Wait. Yeah, I shouldn't be looking in the history. Does it have anything about the etymology?
What are you asking?
Basically, why? Or wait, yeah, I could just look it up. Why is the church named Hagia Sophia? I mean, I know.
House of Wisdom means. That's what it means. House of Wisdom.
Well, no, it means holy or saint.
Hagia is house. House of Wisdom.
This is saying the word Hagia Sophia, which was named, is composed of the words Aya and Sophos. Aya Sophia.
Yeah. Okay. Holy. Okay, I guess you're right. Holy wisdom is what it means.
So the point is, it's this reference is let's see. Basically, it's in reference to the Holy Spirit, and there's multiple. Let's see, where is the Holy Spirit referred to as wisdom?
Oh, the Gnostics had. If you actually read Hippolytus, the Trinity was one part the Son, and one part Sophia, and another part the Father.
Interesting.
The Spirit of wisdom is the Holy Spirit. It's also the Spirit of truth, they call it, which is in the book of John. So that's where logos comes in too. The logos, because it's truth, it's spirit, it's word. It's not just. It's a bigger. There's more context than just translating logos into word. When you read it in English, you lose all the context of what they're trying to say.
Okay. So Ryan also said that he knows the feminine usage. So okay. Something that I did want to bring up though, because so William asks, what is the etymology of El Shaddai? And this is kind of going home on the same point. So it's typically here. Let's find this real quick. So El Shaddai is one of the holiest names of God in the Hebrew Bible. And the thing that's interesting about this is that it's also one of the most maternal ones. So it typically, here you can see it's rendered God Almighty. But okay, let's see. First reference. So if we open up Tanakh, so first in Genesis. So first reference in Genesis. When Abram was 99 years old, Yahweh appeared to Abram and said to him, I am El Shaddai. Walk in my ways and be blameless. I will establish my covenant between me and you, and I will make you exceedingly numerous. So Abraham threw himself on his face, and God spoke to him further. As for me, this is my covenant with you. You shall be a father of a multitude of nations. Here, I'm just going to skip to the let's see. Where does Abraham respond? God further said to Abraham, as for you, you and your offspring to come throughout the ages shall keep my covenant. Okay, where does Abraham respond? Yeah.
I just found some crazy shit about Apollo being on the right side of God, the right hand of the Father.
Interesting.
Do you want to finish that off, and I'll tell you about it?
Yeah. So let's see. Basically, so within this narrative, God is blessing God as El Shaddai. It is blessing Abraham and Sarah. He changes their name, gives them a hey, which is also it's like the feminine letter in the name of God, and he blesses them with fertility and with like fertility for ages to come. And so later he appears to was this in Moses? Oh wait, shoot, no, this should only be Genesis so far. So here, Genesis 28:3. May El Shaddai bless you, make you fertile and numerous, so that you become an assembly of peoples. And Jacob said to Joseph, El Shaddai, who appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan. That's when he has the dream of the ladder to heaven. And actually, there's a really interesting video about Metatron and basically DMT, and there's a potential connection to this and to the pineal gland, but it's a bit too far afield from this. Then here you see, and God said to him, I am El Shaddai, be fertile and increase. A nation, yea, an assembly of nations shall descend from you. Kings shall issue forth from your loins. And may El Shaddai dispose the man to mercy towards you, that he may release to you your other brother. So like you can see within this context, there's this idea of fertility and of protection. And just to finish this off real quick before you bring up that. So here, if you click on this, so El is God, but then Shaddai, here it's translated as Almighty or Most Powerful. But the only problem with that is that that's derived from, here, let me just pull it up again. So basically, Shaddai typically gets translated that way, but the only problem with that is it's not the only way that you can, here. So if I just do this, Shad is a breast, bosom, female breast, breast of woman, of animal, or of both human and animal. It also means havoc, violence, destruction, devastation, or ruin. So you can see why it's complicated. But you also have
I saw all.
Sorry, what? What were you saying, 420?
You might be delayed.
Oh, sorry. Is that I thought someone was talking, but the stream was playing in the background. I didn't want to overtalk anyone.
Yeah, you're good.
Sorry.
So
yeah. I just had all sorts of dad jokes come into my head then, using that word to mean the feminine and the breast, and then havoc and all these other things.
Yeah.
But I thought I won't make them jokes.
Probably better. So check this out. So as the breast is essential for the child and everything else is of secondary import, so was the manna that God provided for the Israelites in the desert. As the breast does not harm the child, even if it sucks an entire day, as the child finds in the breast all tastes. And the sucklings found in the manna a taste like that of the milk from their mother's breast. And so you have so much reference to God as feminine, and the typical understanding of the typical understanding of this is that, well, God is like both a mother and a father, and there you kind of get this idea of like barbellic, like the mother father. But at the end of the day, like, and this is something I'm really trying to look hard into, is this idea of we were created in the image of God. But it also says, God Elohim created Adam, humans, or humanity, B'Tselem Elohim, in the image or in the likeness of God. They were in the likeness of God. They created them, and it gets messy, but basically them, whether it's plural or singular, but they created them, male and female. And so
can I ask you on that, does the Jewish traditional Jewish faith have a divine feminine? Because I have this theory that the late Jewish and then early Christian, whether it be a Pauline influence, I don't know. It's only something I've just started to think about. But this onset of this patriarchal, we can't have a feminine on such a high position. So essentially the death of the divine feminine around the time of early Christianity.
So And this is the really interesting thing. But so I do just want to finish this point because I
Yes, sorry. Yeah,
So
yep. I had to say it before I
yeah.
forgot.
So basically, you have this idea that God, which is Elohim, which is plural and singular, basically God created humankind as male and female, and then we were split into two, into Chava, Eve, and Adam. Well, technically, it's Adam, human, ve'isho, and his, or I guess technically their woman. But at this point, you have this idea of male and female, Adam and Eve. But again, it doesn't explicitly say Eve until they're kicked
I
out.
found that text too, the one about Apollo. That's not the 9 years one; it's a different one.
Oh, okay, cool, awesome. We can bring that up after this. So also, I just need to get my jacket real quick, but I can still talk. So basically, oh shit, I just dropped something. Basically, you have this idea that we were created undivided, like we were created male and female originally. And again, what that means, so many answers, but the important thing is that we were created unified, and then we were split into male and female. Now, if we were created in the image of God, what's that imply? That God, sorry, I'm really cold. It implies that God is both male and female.
What
But
text is this from?
Which one?
The one you're talking about right now.
I mean, like just Genesis, but
yeah, let us make in our image. That one. Because
yeah,
it says them, male and female. So that sort of implies that their image is already male and female.
I see.
And-
Before I get going, because I got to finish something up this morning. But
yeah.
do you want to hear this real quick before I go?
Oh yeah, sure.
I mean, I know we like this is like the nature of your lives. You go all over the place, but I love it. Listen, this is crazy because I found what I was talking about, and it's actually a long story. But Apollo. So after that happens, that 9 years thing, Apollo actually redeems himself. So based on the story we already thought was the one I was thinking of, which wasn't. I had a feeling that there was a different story. I was like, no, it can't be right. And I knew it didn't have. I knew it had nothing to do with the Python either. I knew it was something different. But here's what it was. So, it says that Apollo came and sent Themis, the child to Earth, and came to the holy oracle of Pytho. Earth gave birth to dreams of visions of night, and they told the cities of men the present and that would happen in the future, though dark beds of sleep on the ground. And so Earth took off office of prophecy away from Phobos, which is Apollo's title, the light, the shining one, in envy because of her daughter. The Lord made his swift way to Olympus and wound his baby hands around Zeus, asking him to take the wrath of the earth goddess from the Pythian home. Zeus smiled that the child so quickly came to ask for worship that pays in gold. He shook his locks of hair and put an end to the night voices, and took away mortals from the truth appears in darkness, and gave the privilege back to Loxias. Apollo demanded that all other methods of divination be made inferior to Zeus. Wait, did I pass it? Oh, here it is. Soon after, Zeus instructed Apollo to go to Delphi and establish his law. But Apollo, disobeying his father, went to the land of Hyperborea and stayed there for a year. He returned only after the Delphians sang hymns and pleaded him to go back. Zeus, pleased with his son's integrity, gave Apollo the seat at the right hand. So there's this, how you have Jesus being sat at the right hand. He also gave Apollo various gifts like a golden tripod, a golden bow and arrows, and a golden chariot at the city of Delphi. And then it says, Hera once again sent another giant, Tytios. Remember the giant I was telling you about? Ariel? Oh, you viewed it? Okay. Yeah. So I couldn't see you.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. I just want to make sure that's that giant, Tytios, to rape Leto. This time Apollo shot him with his arrows and attacked him with a golden sword. And Artemis aided him in protecting their mother by attacking Tytius with her arrows. After the battle, Zeus finally relented his aid and hurled Tytius down to Tartaros. There he was pegged to the rock floor. Admetus was the king of Faerie, known for his hospitality. Hold on a second. Hold on. I got to skip ahead just a little bit because it says Zeus struck down Apollo's son Asclepius with a lightning bolt for resurrecting the dead. Because I skipped ahead, but anyways, the story was that Asclepius healed Hippolytus, the guy's name is, who was Artemis's lover. Artemis begs the son of Apollo, Asclepius, to heal him. He's like, I can't do it. He's like, this is against the laws of Zeus. She's like, please do it. So he does it. And so Zeus is pissed. So he sends a lightning bolt at Asclepius. Apollo, in revenge, kills the Cyclops that he sent after him. Apollo is then banished to Tartarus for the rest of his days for going again. So the Zeus punishes him for 9 days, then loves him again, puts him at the right hand, and then punishes him again and sends him down to Tartarus for the rest of his days. So the fall of Apollo is the fall of Lucifer. That's a story that happens long before Lucifer. Apollo is the fallen one, dude. And then, you know what blows my mind about all this? How hard was it to find that text? You and I we're Googling all over the place. We couldn't find that text. Why is that? You would think Apollo falling from heaven.
I thought that was really odd.
Yeah, you would think you'd be able to find that text. It took me a whole hour to find that text.
I've only ever heard the Promethean connection.
Yeah, no, exactly. People know about that one too. That's a good one. I just thought that was odd that it took us that long to find that text.
Because it's real.
It means something. I mean, I think the reason why is because we think of the fall of Lucifer. We think of it as like this evil deity falling, but really, it's the Son of God falling. It's one of the sons of God falling.
Yeah,
the light. Right?
We were having this discussion last night on a panel, and one of the ideas I had was that when it is referred to as the adversary, it never specifically says adversary of God. So you could see that as a role. It was his role to be that adversary. That explains Job. It explains so many things, and it doesn't make him Satan the devil. That's a really modern twist.
Two things that I thought of with what 420 just said and with what Neil said.
You there? You also
froze. They froze.
It's okay. I'm back.
Are you good? You're good.
I think both Neil's point and 420's point put humans in a more, I don't want to say a more powerful perspective, but a place that's not as far away from the divine as it is in later Christianity and stuff like that. The fact that Apollo is here with us, almost like Marvel Comics Thor or something like this. So, and the idea of the adversary too, it also says why adversarial attitudes are human. And it says that, anybody can be an adversary, I think is in that sense too. But these are both more philosophical than direct.
You know what's interesting? I hope I didn't cut you off because he got frozen again. But Apollo is the one when Hector's being dragged by the chariot when Achilles kills him. It's Apollo that's hovering over his body so that no defilements happen, so that he can stay cleansed while he's dead. Apollo. And there are people who made a connection that when Jesus is being tortured before his death, that he's saying that this is a stretch, but some people do think that Elia, what does he say again? Elama.
Yeah.
Saying Helios.
It's Eloi. That's like I was thinking before that that Ilios could easily be assimilated into Semitic as Elios or
No, that's what I'm saying. That Elia could be because Elagabalus becomes Heliogabalus. Allah is Helios. We have examples of Allah being translated as Helios, not just in Christianity, but in pagan texts.
I mean, it makes sense because one of the titles of Allah, one of the 99 names of God in Islam, is Al-Aziz.
Right. So what if he's crying out to Helios to like keep my body purified while I'm on this cross. Right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. And that would be a mimesis of the Odyssey or the Iliad. We already have other examples of the Iliad and the Odyssey and mimesis with Jesus too. Like the story. I don't know if you guys know this, but you might have seen it on my channel, the story of Jesus, his feet being anointed, which is one of the most important. It's in all 4 gospels where Jesus gets anointed by the woman, the adulteress, or yeah, that story is being basically mimed from the story of the Odyssey, when Odysseus' feet are being
Neil,
being
Neil,
anointed.
I'm gonna interrupt you. I think that your Apollo connection is just as important as your near and far connection. I think it's just as big, man.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait, what was the second connection?
Oh, he froze again.
And then the Apollo to Lucifer connection. I don't know if you guys are hearing me or not. My connection.
No, you cut back in and you said Apollo to Lucifer connection.
Both of those connections are super big that you've come up with, Neil, like goosebumpy connections.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I think what I think is happening in these times.
I think that you have a breadth that goes faster than a lot of these scholars, but you come up with so many good connections, brother.
I think there's a universal language within religions. So I think even religious groups that oppose each other, they're still operating within a certain universal language of how to, like triads. You see these triads everywhere. Why is that? Who knows?
Yeah, well, the crone, mother, all that stuff. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's always like a mother, a divine.
What's the Sphinx riddle? You know, well, the 3 baby man and then old man.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
That'd be
that's a really good point.
Can I change? Not to change the subject. I just want to add, like, fanboy. Either one of you guys, man, I would love to see an episode on Elagabalus, like a in-depth.
I just did a video on him.
No, but I mean, like, on the rock itself, and going back to talking about the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No,
well, I didn't know
the Emperor, but the Emperor is fun, and then, you know, transy and all that stuff. But
you're talking about the god.
Yeah, I did.
You know what?
I did.
You know what, man? That's a good idea to talk about how Elagabalus becomes Sol Invictus, the transition. That would be a good idea. Right.
Idea of the chariot, all that stuff, and maybe even the connection to Mecca, stuff like that. These stones that fell all over the Levant. I heard there was a white one too somewhere at one point.
So,
anointing of the feet of a popular way to venerate God. Yeah, ancient worshipper stat. Yeah, and check this out. The god Kronos in Italy or in Rome, he was filled with oil. So they had a hollow statue of Saturn, and then the priest's job was to make sure that that they filled the god with oil and kept it that way, because that was like having blood, and it's like being alive.
Oh wow! I actually had a similar idea, so I had to come up with this like ritual for like a imaginary cult for a Roman religion class. And so I had this idea that rather than sacrifice an actual animal, you get basically this like a bronze serpent that's like, it has the joints so that it can be moved like a real one. And then you basically have a leather bladder that you can like cut into, and then it releases the oil, the psychoactive oil that's stored inside. So it's like a sacrifice, and you're drenched in the psychoactive oil, but you don't actually have to harm an animal.
Interesting. Can you imagine that, like being in Rome and seeing the priest come and filling the top of the head with oil?
Oof! Imagine like if that was like one of the statues that Abraham smashed. It's like you smash it, all of a sudden you get covered in the oil, and it's like, you have done well, my son.
Wow, that's interesting. Wow.
So Trent says that he wouldn't call it mimesis, though, if it's already a custom in Jesus' own culture. Wait, I feel like, is that what you were trying to say? I don't think it was. Or was it something else?
No, I get what he's saying. He's saying if it's like historically happening already, like the anointing of the feet thing. That here's the thing, though, Trent. This is where it becomes undeniable. So if we just had a scene where Jesus' feet are being anointed, you're right. I would agree with you 100%. Who cares? It happens all the time. But here's the kicker: the woman's name in the text of Odysseus, her name is Eurycleia. Eurocleia in Greek means fame far and wide. Jesus tells the woman who anoints his feet, "Your fame will be told far and wide, my whatever daughter."
Oh wow.
He literally says the pun of the Odysseus. That to me, it's like that's it. That's a slam dunk. There is a mimesis happening there. But otherwise, I would agree with you. It's like, yeah, who cares? Feet rubbing, who cares? But like the name of the girl in the Odyssey, her name is being punned on by Jesus. That to me, that's overwhelmingly enough to say there's a mimesis there.
Wow. So
It's obvious at that point, isn't it?
Oh, and one more thing too. I don't even know why I forgot this. The Eurocleia in the Odyssey is recognizing her master for the first time. And so Jesus, when I forgot the name's Martha, whoever her name is, she's recognizing that Jesus is the Messiah for the first time. There's a recognition happening in both texts. So it's a really important thing.
Wow.
That's funny. You said the same time as me.
Yeah, I mean, it's different, but it's kind of similar to like how in the Septuagint, the Garden of Eden just gets translated as the Garden of Pleasure. The thing is, it's technically right, but like imagine you were to say like you change the context and then you use the name later, or the opposite. I guess that would actually be the opposite of this case.
2,000-year-old game of telephone.
Definitely, yeah. So the one thing I did want to bring up before you went, Neil, was so basically you have, this idea of a male female god creating a male female human that then they divide. Now,
when you said that, I was holding on to my page so I didn't lose it. But I wanted to say to you, Phanes is considered to be the first god that's timeless and uncreated. Phanes is a hermaphrodite. It's male and female.
Interesting.
The first god is male and female, and then Phanes gives birth to all these other gods. That's interesting.
Yeah. So basically, you have this, male and female god, and again, it's possible that it's just referring to plurals, but it is interesting because if you have this idea of created in in the image of the creator, then it's implying that you have that same thing, and so you could argue once human is split into male and female, so is God. And that's when you start to have this understand, like, given I don't think you would, most monotheistic traditions would understand it this way, but like basically once you have this split, then you have this understanding of, basically like, let's just say El and Asherah. And then from there, you have, their children starting to worship them as separate when in reality, they were unified when they were created. And furthermore, you could view it that, when they're married together, they're reunified, but when they're divorced or when Asherah was kicked out of the temple, that they're divorced. So this idea of marriage versus divorce, and basically that the marriage is a unity, that they're one God. And it's this idea that even in exile, even though the Shekhinah, which is part of God, is in exile, it's still one with its male counterpart. And so even though it's in exile, it's still one with God, but there's this idea that it'll return from exile and will be, fully married and fully unified with like the masculine element of God. And that eventually that they'll like flip, it'll invert. And that it's actually interesting because it has a lot to do with what Amon's talking about, given different context, but the same type of paradigm.
Yeah. Interesting.
But yeah,
you know what I know? Do you know the book Judith?
It's apocryphal, right?
Yeah, it's also in the Catholic Bible. It's not so in the Catholic tradition, it's not apocrypha. It's actually one of the. Wait, is it Tobit or Judith?
I think they're both.
No, yeah, they're both. I'm trying to think of which one am I talking. Maybe it's Tobit.
Oh,
well, whichever one it is, it's the one where there's the angels show up and they don't know they're angels, and they feed them and clothe them and give them wine. It's it's one of the two texts. I can't remember which one it is.
I think that might be Tobit.
Yeah, actually, I think it might be Tobit. Either way, I apologize if I get it wrong, but I'm just going to say either Tobit or Judith. It's one of the two. Where in this text, you have these two angels show up, and they don't know they're angels. It's hidden from them. but they do the right thing. They feed them, they clothe them, and then they give them wine, and they give them their last fish and their last bread, and like, oh wow, what great hospitality that is, right? And then the angels kind of reveal themselves, and all of a sudden it's like, oh wow, you just did the right thing. It's like a story of like what to do when travelers come on the road. You never know, it might be two angels. Well, this story turns out that in the ancient Greek world, and Ovid's Metamorphosis does a retelling of this story called Philemon and Bacchus. And Philemon and Bacchus are these two older married couple, and they meet two travelers, and two travelers come in. They do the same thing. They give them food, they give them wine, they give them their last bread, they let them sleep there. It turns out that it's Zeus and Hermes. And then the gods build a huge temple and say, here, you are now the keepers of this temple. And they get rewarded for it. So it's very common. It's very common in a lot of these tradition, a lot of these like Jewish texts that they'll take another text and they retell it in their own way. But you see that happening all over the place.
Yeah, it's really a fascinating tradition. Like, I'm trying to think of, I don't have an example off the top of my head, but
Esther.
I mean,
by the way, I think that is not a bad thing at all.
What do you mean?
I think that strengthens my love for Judaism when I find these stories. When I find out that these are sacred stories being retold in a new light. To me, like, you see a lot of critics will be like, they're copying, it's plagiarism. But I'm like, no. What I'm seeing people in the ancient world who saw these stories as important, and they wanted to retell them and pass them down in their own language.
And in a context that was culturally appropriate to them.
Right. There's nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. It's it's definitely not plagiarism. Plagiarism when you literally copy word for word. It's not plagiarism when you take a story and retell it in a different light. That's not easy to do. It takes an artist to do that.
And it takes knowledge of the stories,
right,
of the cultural milieu. I think about this every time Hanukkah comes around, and it's like, if we're the ones still here, our ancestors probably were a little Hellenized to begin with, if we're still around. That's what I think.
Well, you look at like Alexander Jannaeus is one of the Maccabee dynasty leaders. That name, Alexander Jannaeus, that's a Hellenistic name right there.
We had a queen, Alexandra.
Yeah, exactly. Alexander Salome. Yeah.
And not just that, but like they're straight up rabbis with Hellenistic names.
Yeah.
And I say we, but I don't say we when we talk about the Greek world, but it was all the same world. I should still say they when we talk about that.
That's a good point, because there is no border, there is no force field around Judea. They're part of the Mediterranean world just like everyone else is.
But I mean, it's been so long. I don't know why it's stuck in us like this.
Yeah, you're right. And then, like the Egyptians, same thing. The Egyptians have their culture, and then eventually you see this mixing and matching happening. Serapis, you know what I mean? And then Isis basically looks like Demeter all of a sudden, which is cool. Like, I don't like, that's how culture is, man. That's just how things are,
Oh, so this is really interesting. So a while ago, William said,
I'm so glad you said something about William, because I'm interrupting you, Ariel, on your own show. I grabbed 2 books to show him. That's the only reason. I'm glad that you said it, and I got excited. I didn't mean to interrupt you, brother.
Oh, no, it's fine. Go ahead. I still need to find the comment.
Okay. Well, if he can check out, can you see these books?
Is that? Oh, what is that?
Lewis is The Origin and Character of God. Because he was asking about El Shaddai, and he has a couple chapters in here. And then Yahweh Before Israel.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, that's a really good one.
If you can check these out, that might get
you said Yahweh Before Israel?
Yes, it's one is it's Cambridge Press, Fleming. Daniel Fleming.
Here, I'll blow your mind even more. I'll one up you. Anatomy, God in Anatomy by Stavrokopoulou. And she's touching on the same stuff that those books are touching on, where they're like, look, this Yahweh tradition, this El tradition, we have this goes back far, and there's the Ugaritic texts and the Ugaritic world. There you go, you got it. Yeah.
I was saving the best for last, Neil.
Yeah, you have the best cover. That's the best cover.
Yeah, it's really dope.
I waited to get this. This is the English cover, right?
Yeah, you got the English cover. I got the American one. Yeah.
So William says, still is a pan cold, and their priestesses are dangerous. Let's see what else. humans continue the lives of the gods and goddesses. It is within our languages and imagination, our stories. There's a few more. I'm trying to. Okay, let's see. Was it this one? Helios, Orpheus, and Jesus were the. No, it's. Okay, here I think I found it. By the way, there's still a priesthood of Apollo. Still, three villages. Three villages. What?
I have a interview with a reformed. So there's a revival movement happening in Greece right now, Hellenistic revival movement, and one of their somebody who's like really high up in their organization is coming on Gnostic Informant next month.
Oh, that's really cool. Also, have you ever heard of Aliakai? No,
what's that?
She has a channel, or actually, they have a channel. I don't know how they identify. I might be misspeaking, but yeah. So they have a channel. They're actually an Indigenous American, but they practice elements of their own tradition, but they're also really into Hellenistic paganism. And I think actually heard about Ocean Keltoi from Aliakai.
Ocean Keltoi is great.
Yeah. So here I found the comment.
I want to get him on actually. I don't really want. I tried to a year ago, but I was still a small channel, and I don't think he got my. I don't know. I haven't tried since, but I should try to get him back on. I should try to, because I think he's a very interesting guy, and he's as someone who's really a really follower of the Norse. I don't know if you want to say it's Germanic. I don't know, but that sort of pagan world, and I really think he's interesting show. You know what I mean?
Definitely, yeah. So, let's see, where was it? So yeah, so 3 villages in Balochistan, and then Hussein Dawood said, William, can you clarify your comment regarding Balochistan? What about villages? So William said, the descendants of the soldiers of Alexander the Great still reside in Pakistan, and Afghanistan, and they practice the classical Grecian religion.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
they would be the Seleucids then.
Yeah, they're called the Kalash people or tribe, and they live in the Hunza Valley, also known as Baltistan.
Wow.
Yeah, Baluchistan is different. Baluchistan is south of Baltistan. Is in Baltistan or the Hunza Valley. It's really interesting though, because there's even something that you can see, and so there's those good elements, but then there's also some less good elements. For instance, like how pederasty is still kind of normalized within certain tribes in Afghanistan, generally the ones who are descended from Alexander's troops. But
is it really?
Yeah. They're called
still right now.
Yeah, Baji boys.
That's wild.
It's
real. One tribe keeps another tribe as dancer boys.
Wow.
And it was a big deal when the Taliban came back in. A lot of those practices probably came back as well. Actually, I'm talking out of line. I don't know what I'm talking about there. I should stop.
That would be interesting, because you would think the Taliban would be opposed.
Yeah, that's why I say it might be the other way around. I think I got confused. That's why I want to back it up.
No, I don't know. I think you might be right.
But they I can't remember the name of the tribe, but yeah, they're raised from when they're little to be dancers. And when you see go ahead, I'm being Ariel. I'm talking over you.
Is it the Pashtun, or is that not it?
The Pashtun would take these boys. It's whoever the old book about the kite runner, that tribe. Somebody could look it up really quick. But they've been persecuted like this for a long time.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. It's
up in the Singh area.
Okay, so during the Afghan Civil War, Bachabazi carried the death penalty under Taliban law. So this was one of the contentions, because when there were American troops and other was it other alliance, or was it?
I had friends that were at those would end up trying to do negotiations and end up at one of those parties. All of a sudden, boy comes out and the Americans leave.
Yeah, there are a lot of American soldiers who were. I mean, I totally understand why they would be, but that they were really pissed, and a lot of them were just furious that they were having to protect people who were engaging in that. But and this is one of those really odd things, because at the end of the day, it's culturally normal to them, but it isn't to us. And it's like, what do you do in a situation like that? Because
It's a good question.
Yeah, exactly. Normal, and not only that, if I remember correctly, again, I could be talking out of line. There were the more powerful the chieftain or whatever, the younger or the more boys he would have with him.
Oh wow.
And like, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, though, you look at the Bible and it's not that different.
No, it's the same. Yeah.
Yeah, like when Saul's not feeling good, they call for a boy for a beautiful boy to play music for him. And
Yeah.
like and not just that, but I mean, and this is something that
Want me to show you how they depict it in Israel and Jerusalem?
He probably, yeah, please. It was probably already a feat for him to bring him in that way. Anyway, to play music.
They
to
have
fall in love with his son.
It's gonna take me a couple minutes to find it, but I'll be able to do it before I go, and you guys you'll like it. They do a show every night in Jerusalem, even to this day. I don't know if it's during the summer or what, or when, but they were doing it every night while I was there. We went there one of the nights, and it's this show about King David, but they depict like King Saul like sitting there like watching David play his music, and he's like, yes, I'll pull it up right now. I'll get it. I recorded it on my phone.
Awesome. And but yeah, and like here, actually, let me see if I can find it. So another thing that's just like really clear. So I was actually today after Almond show in the Discord, we were talking about this, and basically this idea of the Messiah versus Christ. And something that I realized is literally the idea of the Messiah came from Greeks, or like from the Hellenistic world. And the reason I say that, look at this. Only 9 mentions of the term Messiah, or what gets translated as the Messiah, in the entire Tanakh. So look at this.
Yeah, it's a post-Hellenistic idea. This idea of a chosen Messiah. Definitely. He's definitely right about that.
So, but yeah, look at this. Messiah is in brackets, in brackets, in brackets, 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 brackets. And so you only really start to see this mentioned in the Talmud and Midrash. And so, like, this is, and the first mentions you have, so in Genesis, it's understood as referring to, nor a lawgiver from between his feet until Shiloh comes. And so they interpret Shiloh as the King Messiah. And birds swooped down upon the carcasses, and Avram swept them away. And it's saying that they will not be, or something. It's like very, very obscure. But what's interesting is, you bring up Numbers and, well, okay, so Psalms and Daniel's a very clear Hellenistic text. But the point that I wanted to bring up, though, was that, so, elements of the Torah are definitely are definitely Hellenistic, but the thing that really sticks out is, lie with a man. So look at this. This is something that it's in Leviticus. So we could even look at this as it might only be applied to the Levites and to the Cohens, but even if it's not, et zachar, and with a male, lo tishkav mishkaveh, you certainly shall not lie as with a woman, isha, toevahu, it is an abomination. But the thing is, what is this word zachar? Because the word isn't ish. So zachar, male of humans, but let's see. Look at this. Especially of an individual in connection with circumcision. Zachar, of male child. There's a context that refers to it as a child, and it makes sense because it breaks with this idea of you shall not lie with a man as with a woman, because Hebrew is a very formulaic language along with Greek. The fact that it references male and not man is very, very deliberate. And the thing is, if we're looking at this as a male child, you shall not lie with a male child as you do with a woman, we can see what this is. It's a clear condemnation of pederasty, not of homosexuality. But the thing is, if you view this as a non-Hellenistic text, which most Orthodox Jews do, you're going to view this as, well, there wasn't pederasty in ancient Israel, so why would they need to say that? Basically, it just gets apologeticized into being about gay people. But like, also, if that were the case, how come it doesn't say you shall not lie with was it that you shall not lie with a shoot? Yeah, I lost my train of thought. But the point is that given this Hellenistic context, it makes a lot of sense. But basically, you have to wonder, why did God choose to change the rhyme scheme? If you're viewing it within that, oh well, God wrote this, and I'm not going to doubt this at all. Actually, yeah, I want to see what it says about the commentary. In the meantime, while Neil looks for that.
I just found it.
Okay, cool. Are you able to share it?
Yeah, I'm just it's gonna. Yeah, I'll get it right now.
No worries. It's interesting. Commentary is not loading for this. Oh, maybe it's because it's a commentary. Weird. But
this is actually pretty cool. Should I share my screen, or what should I do?
Yeah, try that. You should be able to.
Okay, it's still loading though. It should take a second.
But yeah, oh no, that's what I was saying. Why doesn't it say you shall? Why doesn't it say? Oh well, and see, this interesting thing. Technically, the person who's supposed to be reading this, like, according to religious Judaism,
Here we go.
is men. So, okay, yeah, just oh shoot, what happened?
Oh, don't worry about that. Just end that. I'll just kind of present because I got to go anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Let me share my screen. This is actually going to be really cool to end on, or not for you, but for me.
Oh no! Wait, you skipped teaching. I mean, thanks for joining us, but dang, I feel guilty.
What happened? Me?
Oh no,
I don't. It's just sparring today anyway. I hope nobody watches this. I mean, I hope everyone watches it for you, Ariel, but I hope none of my.
All right, here I have it. Full screen.
It? All right.
Yep. Can you turn on sound?
Oh, is it not playing sound?
It's because it's muted.
Oh.
So yeah, there you see King Saul, and he's calling over David.
I filmed this, by the way. This is for live time. Live.
Nice. That's weird. He just got up all of a sudden. Oh, and there you have the 12 tribes.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This was really fun to watch. I really was enjoying this. This is This is the city of David, the old city.
Dude, imagine how much fun it would be to watch Stoned. To be fair, weed is so expensive in Israel, though.
Worth it. Yerushalayim.
And then they're all bringing stuff to the temple.
I love that harp sound, man.
Sometimes we have to do a video on like this idea of like Gnostic music, like how each instrument has an association. Oh, what happened?
That was the end of it.
Oh, okay.
I love the sound of that harp, man. Something about that harp. It really is. It's like Orphic. It's such an Orphic. I can see why the Orphics were into the strings and all that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So Trent said, I'm getting flashbacks to the LDS Hill Kimura pageants.
Hell yeah.
It's interesting though, because you see there's something very like resonant about this idea of the 12 tribes. Like obviously like that idea of 12 anything, but like there's something about this idea of this division into 12. But like when it comes to people of this idea of tribes, like it gives people an identity, especially, and this is the thing, it gives identity to people who feel that they have none or that it's been stolen from them. And I think that's one of the reasons why you see so many cults that, you know, kind of center around this idea, but also the same reason why you have so many people who want to claim descendantship from the tribes, whether they have any or not. And like, I think at the end of the day, it's kind of less important. Like, obviously, it's important whether you do or not if you're saying that you do. But like, when it comes to this idea of like, you know, this idea of like spiritual descendantship, I mean, that's where it gets a lot more difficult, especially because you have, you know, the whole idea of like was it replacement doctrine within Christianity of like the new Israel is the church, and you know, get some pretty nasty stuff from there. Which actually, I thought you would appreciate this, Neil. So last night, we're doing this live stream, you know, and looking at some of the, you know, anti-Semitism and other stuff in the Harry Potter universe. And one thing that stuck out, there was this one modern Orthodox Jewish couple that was basically going through a list of the reasons why it isn't anti-Semitic. And one thing is they showed a picture of the flag of Australia and how it has.
I saw that part. Yeah, it's got that symbol. Yeah.
It's like, it's so disingenuous, but again, I think it could just be ignorance because a lot of people don't know about the role that British Israelism played within the spread of the British Empire.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny because the anti-Semites will point to that and say, see, Australia's part of the Jewish world takeover. Ha, ha, ha. So it's funny how both sides of the coin are trying to use that as some sort of like coin for their argument. But anyways, this has been real. We'll do this again like any day now. Ariel, I'm definitely coming on my channel soon. We gotta set something up.
Definitely.
And Johnny, it's been cool. Also, 420 Atheist has been cool too. I like how he's got your cross as an idol. All right, I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, have a good day, Neil.
You too.
Take care. But yeah, so Hussein said, is claimed that the Pashtun are descendants of the lost tribes. Not sure if that's relevant.
Sleeping?
What?
Is he laying in his bed and then he gets up to talk? 420? Sorry to interrupt you again, brother. Yeah, he is.
Lazing on the lounge in my lounge room.
Hey, nice. But let's see what. But yeah, so the Pashtun. So there is this one idea that like within Central Asia that you have some people who are descended from lost tribes, and that they might there's the theory that like they might have something to do with the Hephthalites or basically the White Huns. It's like this very mysterious group that a lot of people, no one really knows a whole lot about. But then you have the fact that there's like the Bukharian community, Bukharian Jews. Mm-hmm. Technically, they used to just identify as Israelites, but then they were converted into Judaism proper by a Kabbalistic rabbi who came from Morocco, I think.
I didn't know that. But they were brought in kind of like the Igbo are going to be, I think.
What?
They were brought in. I didn't realize that. I thought they were Jews that had moved for trading and stuff like this.
No, so that's the thing. They're not Jews. They're Israelites.
Okay.
But so it's not like they got converted into Judaism and they had no connection. It's that they were probably descended from the lost tribes.
There was in more modern times, there was a Yehuda stan in that area as well.
Interesting.
Before like in modern times, like I think in the 1800s. I don't know the Central Asia very well, so.
Oh, and also just on that point I was talking about before, so some inscriptions that are found in a Jerusalem excavation, Hananiah bar Dodalos mi Yerushalayim. So you have Hananiah, the son of Dodalos. Unless Dodalos is Didalos or Dudalos, but like basically you have these, and that you have Rabbi Tarfon, you have all these Greek names.
My point is Hanukkah, right? Like it feels disingenuous some years when I think about it.
Well, but see, that's the thing. It wasn't I see what you
Give me
mean.
the nuance. I want it.
No, but you're definitely onto something. So, something that I don't know, like now that the vibes change up a bit. So what I was thinking, and this was actually kind of what I was planning on doing originally. Let's see, stop share and then present. Um, so how much do y'all know about like the whole Harry Potter universe?
I don't know anything. What I learned from you guys, I was going to ask the whole time if the goblins were bankers because I thought they were. So yeah, that's as much as I know. I know that the depiction of them, I wanted to make me feel uncomfortable, but I don't know. I didn't know if that would come across in the chat. And just when it was in the beginning, when you guys were trying to explain anti-Semitism, I think a little bit, and it's just the idea. It makes me feel uncomfortable, man. It's if it there's something there for even if you know what I mean. Do you know what I mean?
100%.
Yeah.
And like I think the really concerning thing more than anything is when there's people. Kill, still hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, yeah, just making sure because I think the game froze. Oh, okay, wait, where is it? But yeah, at the end of the day, it's this idea of dog whistles, and I mean, so it's also
Yeah. If it was, that's what you were talking about. If you can hear the whistle, then you're the anti-Semite, basically.
Yeah, it's really insane. Okay, so here, let's just read this.
And you said it perfect when you said victim blaming.
Thanks. So let's see. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We're pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as a 50th student. Term begins on 1st of September. Preliminary supplies have been collected for you and will accompany you on your journey to the castle. As you may be aware, the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery prohibits the use of magic by those under the age of 17 outside school. However, due to your unique circumstances, the ministry has graciously agreed to allow Professor Eleazar Fig to help you hone your spellcasting before escorting you from London to the castle for the start of term feast and the sorting ceremony. Yours sincerely, M. Weasley, Professor Weasley, Deputy Headmistress. So the thing that's interesting about this, what was it that I was? Oh yeah, Eleazar Fig. So Fig is actually a good example. So, sorry, what?
Big Bomb. I'm just saying Fig. I didn't know if you're going. That's the surname is Jewish too. But
wait, Fig is
Fig Bomb. Yeah, I have Fig Bomb cousins.
Well, I mean, Fig Bomb just means fig tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see. Basically, though, my point is that Eleazar, it's a very clear Hebrew name. It's not something that was that common of a name amongst. I mean, I wonder. Maybe it was a common English name. Not really sure. But so anyway, this game takes place in around the turn of the century, 1800s. And what's interesting is, well, that you actually have a few potentially Jewishly coded characters. So you have Eleazar Fig, and later he'll mention the name of his wife, which is Miriam. I mean, yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm reading too much into it. Announcing him. Is he helping? Is this Eleazar helping as well?
Yeah, he's a good character. So and see, this is the point. So J.K. Rowling, she writes that apparently there was because someone was like, oh, and there's no Jewish wizards, and she's like, well, actually there was a Jewish wizard named Anthony Goldstein, and he was in Ravenclaw. And it's like, but she's doing this retroactively, kind of more than anything to cover her ass. But the thing that really sticks out is that I mean, I haven't really watched any of the new stuff, but apparently there's also a character named Tina Goldstein, or maybe her name's not Tina, I don't know. But basically, first of all, it should kind of stand out to you when the only Jewish name someone uses in their book is Goldstein. I mean, I'm just saying.
And the first name Tina, from Christina.
Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that.
Throwing that out there, too.
That's interesting. So, anyway, then you have this other character. So, just to be clear, so this character, Eleazar Fig, is in this video game. He's not in the books that she wrote. She had very little to do with the writing of this game, probably because they wanted it to make as much money as possible, and they knew that the more she had to do, the less people would want. But so yeah, right now I'm just making my character. But also, and then another thing that's kind of just really sus is that she put the Jewish wizard into Ravenclaw. She also put the like token Asian character into Ravenclaw. Like at a certain point, well, and also Ravenclaw is supposed to be like the intellectual and like the studious ones.
And juice. Which one is Harry Potter in?
He's in Gryffindor.
My wife read him. I didn't read him.
Wait, she read him or she read the book?
I read all the books.
Yeah, I forget if I read them. Honestly, a lot of my childhood is kind of just a blur because honestly, I don't even. Yeah, it's probably long COVID, but well, and also just because so much shit has happened in my life. Not like bad shit, just so much shit like that. It's like, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think more than anything, I just have a really bad time recalling specific things. Like if I don't have someone bring it up to me, but. All right, so anyway, so you have this one character, Eleazar Fig, and his wife Miriam. So, yeah, I mean, Fig in and of itself, not that Jewish, but you have a possibly Jewish character. He's, his name's Eleazar. He's married to someone who they have a Jewish. I mean, like, I wonder, how common was? I'm going to look this up. How common was Miriam? Let's see. How common of a name was Miriam in Victorian England?
Think about this too, Neil. Come on, what's wrong with me, Ariel? I even typed Neil one time when I meant to type Ariel earlier this morning. One of my comments was for you, and I put at Neil.
No worries, it's a compliment.
A lot of the Seventh-day Adventists and Hebrew-only Christians were starting to around that time too. So there were a lot of Pinchas and a lot of names used. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's just so it's funny because Pinchas or Pincus, it's such a Jewish name, and to hear it on someone who isn't Jewish is so.
What was the? But there's a more Anglo version of it. I just can't think of it.
Oh, Phineas.
Phineas. Yeah. Phineas.
Yeah, Phineas and Ferb. It's funny because that's the context that most people my age even know that name. It's only through Phineas and Ferb.
I don't know. Because I think I'm 10 or 15 years older than you. So
yeah, it was a cartoon that was released when I was like in middle school, maybe like elementary school. I don't even know.
Oh man, do you mind if I go back to your stream last night again real quick?
Yeah, 100%. Just need honestly, you're just like filling air while I make the character.
So what I was saying about the Booba was I was saying maybe they're Jewish writers themselves that made the thing because or like I said, Booba I think comes from Yiddish into Hebrew. So, but I didn't necessarily mean if Jews made it, it can't be anti-Semitic, right? I guess I don't know.
I mean, technically, Jews still can be. I mean, like, yeah, there's still such a thing as Jews being anti-Semitic. The thing is just, obviously, and that's the thing. If someone made it and they weren't Jewish, then it wouldn't be a reference to Booba as a doll, most likely. And even if it was, I mean, what's anti-Semitic about that? It's literally just using Hebrew or Yiddish.
Exactly.
So it's all about how something's depicted. So, I mean, obviously you can't have beards in this game, but y'all think this looks anything like me?
I can't. Yeah, I mean, no beard. Let's see. You got the eyebrows right for sure. The tone might be a little darker than you, but you spend a lot of time on YouTube, man.
Yeah.
Because I wake up and you're on.
Let's see, maybe. Oh, yeah, either this or this.
There you go. That's better. Yeah, I think it's just a skin tone.
Which one, this one or this?
Lighter.
This? Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's see. Just want to make sure. Is there any other? Yeah, sorry, yeah?
You got to get a kippa on him.
Yeah, true. Wait, this one or this?
The first one.
This one?
Yeah. Your face is You have a chin.
The other one didn't.
You have a better. I don't know. Better is the right word. You have a stronger jawline than that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Like this
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think we're so. And the funny thing is, so I usually like my pseudonym or like the name I use in games. I usually use Arik Malak, but then I realized that because I was looking into this because Arik is a diminutive for, or it's basically a nickname of Ari or Ariel. But the thing is, I was thinking about this. It doesn't sound like a Hebrew diminutive form. I think, yeah.
I think
What?
I'm thinking of the liquor when you say it. Iraq.
Oh, Iraq, yeah. But so with Arik though, I think I might be right that it's basically like I'm trying to think of an example like uh hmm. Oh, like okay, I got it. Like Yitzhak, Yitzchak into Yitzhak, or like it's a Yiddish form of it.
Yeah. Yosel.
What?
Yosel.
Oh yeah, that too. So let's see, make sure I have the right eye color. Yep. Okay. So anyway, so the name. So I just happened to think of like, oh well, maybe I should do some sort of reference to Asherah. And I was like, how will I do that? Okay, well, Asher. So then I changed Arik to Asher, and then Asher Malach. I realized, oh wow, I didn't even intend that, but it's so perfect that I have to go with it now. You see what I'm talking about?
This is Malach.
No.
I don't see it.
Adon Olam Asher Malach.
Yeah. Yes. But I was thinking this is for some reason for that. This is the messenger.
Or like, yeah, because you could read Asher as that is, or
Yeah.
as, okay. So and then this voice.
Oh shit! Back to also earlier conversation with the Bukharians. The Lakota D. Have you ever heard? It's just called like the Mountain Jews, a compilation.
Oh wait, the Mountain Jews, like the what are they called? The Yafa Yarkoni?
No.
Dang it! Is any of her? I need to see if any of her music is out of. Well, I could always send it to you after. But so let's see, Yafa Yarkoni.
That's my dog's name is Jaffa. I feel bad now.
Wait, why do you feel bad?
I'm just kidding, because this is probably a great woman. But my dog is great too.
Let's see. So shoot, how many years ago was 67?
7.
Oh shoot, it's not, no, because 60 was 50, or like it would be 63 was 50 years ago, right?
Yeah, 63.
Dang it. Okay, come on. She had to do something before. Well, anyway, like, have you ever heard the Bab El Wad?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Dang it. It's like,
All right.
let's see. Bab El Wad. Maybe I can find a form of it that's like out of.
I might know it, the tune, when I hear it.
Okay, here. Let's see. Present, share screen, window. No, Chrome tab here.
Yeah, Ariel, I didn't grow up with any. I'm all
Yeah.
fact that I became an adult, just so you know. So a lot of
Sorry.
stuff is ingrained.
Sorry, what?
I wasn't religious growing up.
Oh, me neither.
Okay.
All right. Well, given this also is a this is an Israeli song, not like a inherently Jewish one, but
even then, I still won't be.
All right, so here it goes.
ניצב ליד האבן, כביש אספלט שחור, צלעים ורכסים, ערבת יורד, רוח ים נושבת, אור כוכב ראשון, מעבר בית מחסיר. באבל וואד, לנצח זכור נא את שמותינו, שיירות פרצו בדרך אל העיר.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually share this through just the, let's see, what is this? I think window Chrome. Okay, perfect. So it was going to be really trippy for a little bit, but wait, where was it?
I'm still
Okay.
brother,
Yeah?
but back out.
Okay. So let me know if you can still hear this when I change the tab.
Nothing yet.
You can't hear?
No.
Oh, wait, I didn't. Hold on. Present, share screen. Okay, that's what I did wrong. I have to share tab audio. Oh, no, window. What is it? Oh, that's why. Okay, I have to do it like this. Anyway, so here's the lyrics. So here I am passing, standing by the stone, an asphalt road, rocks and ridges. Days go down slowly, sea wind blows, light of a first star over Beit Machzir, Bab el Wad. And so it means like like
Is that a wadi?
yeah, so like gate of the valley, the valley gate. Do you remember our names for? So do you know about the battle of Bab el Wad?
No.
So here, let me see if I can actually just find a.
I'm just
Yeah,
happy to follow the song when she sang it pretty well. After
here. Oh wait, I thought it was.
אחד, משפחה אחת, בב אל וואד, לנצח זכור נא את שמותינו, שיירות פרצו בדרך אל העיר, בצידי הדרך מוטלים ביתנו, שלד הברזל שותק כמו ראי, יום אביב יבוא ורקפות תפרחנה, אודם כלנית בהר ובמורד, זה אשר ילך בדרך בה הלכנו, אל ישכח אותנו בבל וואד.
So I mean that's basically the song, but so the person who originally sang it was Yafa Yarkani. I'm just trying to see if I can find it. Let's see, history of Baba. It's this was one of the. Sorry, yeah.
when was the battle?
So this was during 1948.
Okay.
The thing though, this wasn't. And again, like there is a lot of strong feelings about that war on both sides. But the key though that this was a battle with Jordan. This wasn't like this. This was before. This was like before you had all these like the conflict with the Palestinians. Given it's not it's not as simple as like, because obviously they would have preferred the Jordanians to win, but at the same time the Jordanians also oppressed Palestinians, so it's not as simple as one or the other.
Wow.
Let's see.
The song was super powerful too, when she's about doing it for her family, and then everybody else came in. That was
yeah. So well, here's the, let's see, what is it? So Bab el Wad, do you remember our names forever? Convoys broke through on the way to the city. Our days lay on the road edges. The iron skeleton is silent like my comrades. Here pitch and lead fumed under the sun. Here nights passed with fire and knives. Here sorrow and glory lived together with a burnt armored car in the name of an unknown. Bab el Wad, and I walk passing here silently, and I remember them one by one. Here we fought together on cliffs and boulders. Here we were one family. A spring day will come. The cyclamens will bloom. Red of anemone of the mountain and on the slope. Oh, wait, that's interesting because the red of anemone is also what causes the river that runs down from the mountain in Lebanon to run red with the color of blood, and it's connected with Adonis. But anyway, red of anemone on the mountain and on the slope. He who will go on the road we went, he will not forget us. Blah blah blah. And so it's like, it is definitely, it's a very nationalistic song, but at the end of the day, I think that it's possible to look at it without just strictly without that view, because at the end of the day, it's it's about people who, again, what they fought over is what's so contentious, but more than anything, that because like they were.
Let me
Yeah,
know if
it's
you can
like.
hear me, Ariel.
Oh yeah, I can hear you.
Check.
So have you ever heard of the Burma Road? That's what I was thinking of, and that's why I must. The
Hi, baby
Burma,
girl.
yeah. Oh wait, the Burma Road. Whatever. We're like
Yuppie.
so off the topic from what I was talking about before. But what was it we were talking about again?
I was gone for a long time from the last when the song was started, so I don't know if you changed the subject, but I don't remember either.
No. I mean, what were we talking about before then? Let's see.
Oh, your name.
Oh,
you were
right.
making your character.
Oh, right. So
Yuppie, come.
yeah. So I mean, like, at the end of the day, it was just something that's like, okay, well, figured that out, and it was like it just seemed kind of perfect. So, oh yeah. So which one sounds better, this one or so?
That was quite something. It was wonderful. I believe I'm really going to enjoy this class. A few cobwebs and some dust. Nothing to be concerned about.
Which one sounds better though? Like higher pitch or lower?
I am indeed a student, but I could very well be able to help you.
Any thoughts?
I'm gonna say the lower.
Yeah, the first one, right?
Yeah.
Oh
my God.
Yeah. I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade. A few cobwebs and some
Yeah.
dust.
Yeah. Okay.
Nothing to
So
be concerned about.
we're going to start now. So here we go. And there's, I mean, really. Oh, and then, oh yeah. So Eleazar and Miriam. And, I mean, it's entirely possible, but like at the end of the day, it's. All right. Here we go.
It appears we are almost ready to depart.
So this is the guy.
If we didn't have a bit more time to spend on spellcasting. I presume you've been practicing the spells we worked on. I have, Professor. I'm quite sure I've never seen anyone take so quickly to a second-hand wand. You'll be a force to be reckoned with when you get your own. Thank you, Professor Fig. I appreciate you working with me.
This guy looks like Jim Watkins.
George, glad my rather cryptic description of our location.
Wait, what's his last name? Oh, Osric. I thought it was Orsich. I was like, wait, are they trying to do a reference to Maria Orsich?
Quite the fright some theatregoers in West End. It's been much too long. When I received your owl, I must say I best not speak here, Eleazar. Of course.
I'm sorry, but this guy's mustache, I just don't trust it.
We had a start of term feast and a sorting ceremony to get to. Wonderful idea. As long as your young charge here doesn't mind me tagging along.
Just don't touch me.
After you. Ages since I've been to the castle. Would be good to see the old pile of rocks.
He looked like he knew something. Wait, what's dragging the carriage?
Ghost horse.
Uh-oh. Also, just so you know, we do get to see the goblins soon. Warner's Bros. Literally a company started by Jews, yet they are fine publishing basically anti-Semitic propaganda disguised as fiction. And again, I don't actually think that J.K. Rowling is an anti-Semite. She's a horrible transphobe. So like I'm not saying this to redeem her, but like at the end of the day, I don't think she hates Jews. I think she's just really, really ignorant when it comes to Jewish stereotypes.
I think that some people just think that's what it is. It's just normal. That is Jewish. They don't realize it's anti-Semitic.
A new student. New? Yes, sir. I'm starting school as a fifth year. How extraordinary. It is indeed. None of the faculty has ever heard of anyone being admitted to Hogwarts so late. Nor have I. Of course, As the other fifth years will have been honing their magical skills for 4 years now, the headmaster asked if I could get our new student up to speed a bit before the term begins.
Well, luckily they stuck me with a ambiguously Jewish professor.
Professor Fig is not only an exceptional teacher, he's also a remarkably intuitive and gifted wizard.
Okay, if that pause was any longer, I would be uncomfortable.
I dare say it's one of the reasons he's risen so far at the ministry.
What, ass kissing?
Have you seen this?
Ranrock's Goblin Rebellion. Oh, don't listen to that. It's just that's some anti-Semitic propaganda.
Differs to how great a threat Ranrock really is. Although
He's like the George Soros of their universe.
I believe he is a significant threat. And it was your wife, Eleazar, who alerted me to his activities months ago. Miriam.
See, Miriam. His wife is Eleazar and Miriam. I'm sorry, I think these are Jewish wizards.
Wondering what the ministry knew about his activities. Before I could respond, I received this. It was the last thing she sent me, Eleazar. It came to me via her owl, but with no correspondence. I can only assume that she had to get rid of it quickly.
Do not return to sender.
Safe, presumably from Ranrock. I cannot open it. Whatever magic protects this is powerful indeed. It looks like goblin metal.
Goblet?
That symbol. What's that glow? I don't see a glow.
I don't see a glow either.
Nor do I.
Okay, I see it now.
Merlin's beard. How did Wait.
Uh-oh. Close the door! Oh, you're right, they were ghost horses. They were there the whole time. This is going to hurt on the way down. Wait, did I get swallowed up by the dragon? Guess not.
You're hurt. Perhaps a bit. Take this. It's Wiggenweld potion.
Wiggenweld? What the hell's that? Just tell me it's cannabis, then I'll drink it. Okay, it's cannabis. Okay, I'll drink it. Bore mine besamin. It's a bit laggy, but it should clear up soon.
I can't believe you. What the hell got into that damn thing? Attacking a carriage mid-air? A typical dragon would never.
Typical.
Professor? So, where are we? I'm not sure. But that key you discovered was clearly a port key. Port key. And I can jump it to bring whoever touches it to a specific place.
It's pretty beautiful of a place. I can't complain.
I'd feel better, sir, if you'd like to look around a bit. I would. But stay close. We've no idea who created this port key. Or why.
So, yeah. Literally, you start off the game, and what do you have? You have this, this guy show you an article talking about a goblin rebellion. Now, if the goblins are basically a stand-in for Jews, what's that implying?
How far did that port key take us? Farther from London than the carriage travelled. We're somewhere in the Scottish Highlands. So,
You know what I mean?
do you think the port key was meant? This has not been the day either of us expected. But Miriam sent that port key to George for a reason. And I believe that she And now George died in pursuit of whatever it was meant to lead to. If you're sure you're all right and wouldn't mind indulging me, I'd like to have a look around. Absolutely, sir. Good. Let's see if we can find a path, however faded it may be. Mind your step.
I'm going to knock some... Oh. Come on. Oh. Are y'all still there?
Yep.
Yeah, so what do you make of this? Literally, we start off with...
Sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm blown away at a game that's meant to be about wizards and that. There's the amount of Jewishness that I've seen already.
I mean, to be
The
fair,
Jewish
yeah.
seeming characters and...
So, just to be clear, I don't think there's anything wrong with having Jewish characters, like...
Mm.
But the problem is, you have Jewish-coded characters, and, like, okay, you could argue they're not Jewish. They just have names that are ambiguously Jewish. But let's say they are Jewish. Why aren't they... why isn't it a part of their characters at all? And, I mean... And this guy's a pretty main character from what I understand. But then you have, and like this is where it's like almost undeniable. And again, this in and of itself isn't anti-Semitic. It's more so like why are you afraid, like talking about the backgrounds of all these characters, but then you don't talk about the background of the Jewish coded characters. So also knows this ancient magic. That's, well, I mean, in my head canon that ancient magic is like magics that they don't want to basically it's like too powerful to use, and then it's being connected with the goblins somehow. Not 100% sure, but so what I was saying though before, so you have this one character named Abraham Ronan. And the thing is that a lot of people, they might hear Ronin and they think, oh, like Ronin, like the, like the samurai. But this is Ronan, which it's derived from.
But magic is no different than any power.
I'll wait till it's over.
What really matters is the one who wields it.
So is he basically trying to make a pro-gun argument? It's like, oh, it's not the gun it's not the magic that kills people. It's how you use the magic. Looks like obsidian.
It appears to be a sort of enchantment. Someone wanted to block this path. Let's see some of that one work you were practicing.
So
focus on the center.
Yeah, so you have this one character, Ronan, Abraham Ronan, and he wears a cap that's like, it's like a hat, kind of, but like you could argue it's a kippah. And the thing is,
yep.
So the character is a Slytherin, but that in and of itself isn't bad because he's actually depicted as a pretty cool character. Like he's like funny and everyone likes him. But the point is that so you have some Jewish coded characters, and I mean almost every Jewish coded character that J.K. Rowling has written, given these ones weren't written by her, but they're almost always like just ambiguous enough where it's not like, like it's not a part of their character other than their name, and it's used to be like, oh look, I have a Jewish character in this. But where it gets really problematic is with this idea of the goblins and how they're depicted, and the fact that they run the banks. And I mean, it goes more deep than that. But the main thing. So 420. Did you ever watch or read? Oh, awesome! I almost forgot about this. Gold. Not to perpetuate stereotypes. I'm a human. I like gold. Everyone likes gold. Anyway, so yeah, we're almost to the. Well, I only know what's going to happen because I played this this part yesterday, but it was super laggy. So I'm glad I can play it again without all the without some of the lag. So check this out. Like, look at this. In this universe, you can literally repair a bridge from nothing, yet they're incapable of using magic in order to better the lives of the people who really need it.
Jewish tropes.
Is that a Jewish? Oh, wow! It is a Jewish. Well, and see, that's the thing.
I was just joking, but
well, no, but think about it. It really is a trope that is applied, and not just that, but the whole idea of what is it? So I was watching a video tonight. It was and they were talking about how something like either a tenth of the human population is wizards, or something like I forget what percentage, but basically there is a way you could read the wizards in the Harry Potter universe as like an allegory for Jewish life in Europe. And I don't think that's an anti-Semitic thing, given it's not how it's written, but I think that definitely is a way you could read it. That actually is how some Jews have read it. But
well, there was last night. There were a couple things said about, oh, doesn't this come from medieval Europe, or is this medieval European mythology? And it's like, yeah, but we were a part of medieval Europe. It was the trope of the witch with the green skin and the long nose and the pointy ears and the Sabbath with the cauldron. That's, we Cholent, was a cauldron.
Oh, wow, yeah. And even this is one of the things that really blew my mind that I learned in one of my college classes, that the trope or the motif of a witch's hat literally is
exactly
the hats that we were forced to wear.
Yeah, I'm sorry I forgot that part, but yeah, that's the nail in the coffin there, right?
Yeah. And then, like, literally, look, how do you depict a wizard?
Professor.
Not that different from a rabbi.
But I don't know if it was like this, but just think if there was one big bowl of cholent for the whole village that was kept in the baker's oven, and everybody went to go get their Saturday meal. So it's the same thing as the witch's cauldron, I think. But this is just from my head. I haven't read anything on this.
No, I think you're onto something, though, because there's this idea of like the communalism and the
literally it's called the Sabbath, the witch's Sabbath.
Yeah, but I think you're onto something with the cholent also, because literally the idea is you cook all the meat together in order that everyone can eat it, because it needs like the heat.
Yeah, everybody gets, because it becomes part of the meal. Yeah. I mean,
everyone becomes part of the meal. You mean everyone gets to take part in the meal?
Yeah. You know what I meant.
Yeah, it's like I'm having a friend over for dinner. We're having fava beans and Chianti.
Exactly.
So check this out. So this is, well, he'll say what it is.
How odd. Why would someone come to that enchanted stone here? And how is there a room behind it? What room? I don't see anything.
Oh, it's my special Jew magic that lets me see through. Okay, so
the profile did kind of look like you just now.
What?
The character from the profiles.
Maybe we'll. Okay, so here, check this out. So Gwyneth. Okay, this is weird. Huh? Whoa. Wait, where's the Jewish star? Oh, you guys covered it up. How nice. Also, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's anything about like the stereotype of like the lazy banker. I don't know if I don't know if that's a anti-Semitic trope or not. Like this idea of like falling asleep on the job. I really have no clue. At a certain point, I have to admit I might just be looking for something. But anyway, yo, dude, wake up. Shalom, Achi. I need to talk to you. No, you going to wake up? Maybe if I poke you from behind. Wow. This guy's a real sleeper. But also, I mean, just look at this. So you literally have like these little mine carts. You have this whole mine aesthetic. It's clear that the goblins are being used as a motif in order to convey the idea of dwarves, typically. But even going to that idea, you can there's a way of depicting dwarven bankers, and it wouldn't be with this negative connotation. Oh, nice! I didn't even see this chest the first time. The point being is the way that the goblins, not only as bankers, but how they're depicted as bankers. They're not depicted as the people who you trust to guard your stuff. They're depicted as the people who they make money off of guarding your stuff. It's like
deeper, Ariel. It's their nature. They can't be any other way.
Even though,
go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, even though like that literally isn't even the case, it's only understood that way because that's how the wizards understand them.
But again, I mean, like you said, it could be portrayed historically. There's a reason why they're in this position, but instead it's their nature. That's why they're in this position. Yeah. Just repeated myself, but okay.
Oh no, it's fine. You just double down on your point, and I agree. Anyway, here we go. Notice how he's saying stay back. Notice that. And look at how. I'm sorry, like
it can't be.
The beady eyes, the big nose, the sharp teeth.
Just a moment.
As they would say, the hooded eyes.
And then he's depicted it. Given goblins are short, so that in and of itself isn't bad.
I'm 5'6", Ariel.
Vault number 12, I presume.
Fair enough.
Precisely.
Vault number 12. I just find it so hilarious that the guy is so apprehensive, like he doesn't trust goblins, and it's clear. Look. Stay close. This looks like so much fun.
Talking about me, beware the...
What?
Beware that said short king. I think he was referring to me.
Oh. I don't wish to lose my hands. Thank you very much. Honestly, I feel very comfortable with this goblin. He reminds me of my grandfather.
In fact, you'll see quite a few on our way to vault number 12. As we speak, we're just beneath the main lobby. The vault is now in use.
I like how it's gyroscopic, so you don't get nauseous. Oh, you notice this. Only one with great wealth or with great power, or both.
It's a security measure. Experience the thief's downfall before, have you? Heard of it? These are the lower vaults that we're passing now. Vault number 12 was commissioned shortly after Gringotts was founded over 4 centuries ago. It resides in the deepest part of the bank. Settle in, we're quite a distance to go.
I have to say, these lights seem way too low. Like it seems like an easy hazard.
I ran to grab a couple pictures of my grandfather after you said that. I'll put them on the camera when I get back in my room.
Cool.
My mini rooms, I guess they're all my rooms. It's my house.
So look at this guy, his armband. It's glowing.
Wow.
I didn't notice that the first time, but I did this time because the character mentions it. So he's going to tell someone else.
Like the clue you saw in the porky container, but darker. I saw that same.
So I don't you know if you can see this, Ariel. This is a picture of my uncle and I, but I think it captures the goblin.
Is over the oldest section of the bank. Anyone goes there anymore?
Oh, you look a lot like him. Interesting.
Here we are.
Okay, so this is about to get really interesting, and it's like,
When's the last time this fort was active?
all right, listen to this.
A goblin has been stationed at my desk.
Can you see it?
for years.
Oh yeah.
In that time, no one
Uh,
has visited Vault 12. Until today.
Yeah. I mean, like, and see, that's the thing. At the end of the day, there's a like, obviously, the goblins in Harry Potter are being depicted as overly grotesque, but like, really, they're just caricatures of humans, and that's the thing that's really disturbing about how they're depicted. Like, at the end of the day, it's fine if they're depicted that way and they're humanized, but they're constantly dehumanized at every step.
Is it my bad connection that's messing the stream up, brother? Or is it only
No.
my...
It's because the game's pretty intensive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I think especially the picture of my uncle, you really see all of those features, even the hair.
Yeah, like the receding hairline. And given, plenty of people have receding hairlines, but at the end of the day, like, especially with the way, like, how the jobs they have. Oh wait, what's this? Is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Oh my! You've got to be kidding me! Seriously? Look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a 6-pointed star. Like, given it's not a Magenta Vide, but like, it also doesn't make sense because look at this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's a 7-pointed star in the middle. Why isn't the pattern the same? I'll admit, maybe I look a bit nutty saying, look, a 6-pointed star, but this is in the middle of Gringotts, and they purposefully didn't use the same pattern that they had in the movies. So why do they have it here? Like, y'all have any thoughts on this? You think I'm over, or like, you think I'm reaching?
I don't think you're reaching. Things are left benign that aren't.
Yeah.
From the psyche, somehow. Even I see it. So.
Also, it would make more sense because 7's a magical number. 6 is, I mean, given 6 isn't exclusively associated with Jews, but like, they literally have the 7 pointed star seal in the middle. So why would they change it around? It just doesn't, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Anyway, so yeah, this guy's. Sorry, yeah.
When I was saying that he till 1939 he was there. I don't know if you can see Germany on there.
Sorry, what was that?
I lose you. I was just showing you where Germany on my grandfather's passport. We were saying he didn't 39 last.
All right, let's see. Hi, Bro. Esoterica said I walked in. Perfect timing. Haha. Loved your 5-hour video, dude. I talked to a rabbi at my work, and I'm learning Hebrew for my fraternity so I can advance with my studying. Cool. Forced to work. I see some historical references. Please. I could pull it up in a bit, but actually, let me see if I can just find that real quick. Let's see. Wizard hat Jewish. Okay, let's see. There's got to be a short video on this. Okay, here it is. This should be good. Stop screen. Present.
The whole medieval witch trope.
It's okay to be so stressed and overwhelmed that you feel like you need to talk to someone about it. And by that, I mean
The humble hat keeps you cool on a hot day, and as if that's not enough, is often a symbol of personal identity. In the Jewish community, there are certainly many such identifying hats to choose from. Unique, charming, dramatic. This goes a long way back. In medieval Europe, you could tell someone was Jewish because they wore this unique hat. Or did they? How did this strange hat come to be the identifying symbol of Jews for hundreds of years in some places? Around the year 1000, Jews started to be depicted in Christian art as wearing versions of this hat. In the newly illuminated manuscripts and in church stained glass windows, these hats were the very first image of, quote, what Jews looked like. It was called a Jew's hat, or a Judenhut, for 500 years. And then it all but vanished. Was this a Jewish hat? Well, it's complicated. Known as the Phrygian hat, which you might recognize from the Smurfs, it was originally a marker of Eastern learning, antiquity, and authority. In the late 11th century, a brother Gadurnius from Belgium took a version of the hat and used it in his illuminated Bibles. These Bibles contained overlarge illustrated initials, many with images of Jewish prophets. You might notice a pattern here. But also there were other prophets without that hat. It's likely the good brother used the Phrygian hat to respectfully signify the authority and antiquity of these prophets, and not specifically their Jewishness. But the image of Jews wearing the pointed hat now began to spread across medieval Europe. It showed up in stained glass church windows, on an English plaque, it got to Russia, it showed up in illuminated prayer collections and books of Psalms, and then it took a dark turn. It began to portray the Jews as violent. Depictions of the piercing of Jesus' side were originally illustrated like this, at the hand of a Roman centurion. By 1166, the scene had changed to this. Now, a Jew, identified by this parent, is stabbing Jesus, while other Jews look at and smile. And again here. It soon became a default image in Catholic iconography, and this hat now became associated with the deicide charge, the idea that Jews killed the Christian God, and that all Jews throughout history bear that guilt. In the meantime, this pointed hat was still, in fact, the fashion among 12th century aristocracy, and the population at large had been wearing them. We don't know for sure if Jews were actually wearing the hat at this point, or if it was simply how they were depicted in Christian manuscripts. But after it became associated with the Jews, and then with the deicide charge, both Jews and non-Jews stopped wearing it. Toward the end of the 13th century, what once defined the Jews with pictures in a book leapt off the page and became law. In 1267, a church council in Breslau concluded that since Jews have stopped wearing the pointed hat they used to wear, now a hard hat with a knob on it would be made mandatory. They claimed to definitely know Jews wore them because they'd seen all those pictures. The demarcating Jews hat, the Judenhut, was now law. It went from a symbol used to represent Jews in art to a required piece of clothing that then haunted the Jewish community for the next 400 years. This knob hat then started to show up in representations of contemporary Jews, not just ancient ones. Here's in 1340, Emperor Heinrich VII grants the Jews permission to live in his lands. Here, a famous Jewish poet engages in a recitation. Here's a religious dispute. Surprisingly, now starts showing up in Jewish manuscripts, not just in Christian ones. Here it is in a festival prayer book from Germany around the year 1300. The Israelites wear conical hats. Aaron wears a bishop's mitre, and Moses wears the knob hat, with the knob perhaps deliberately blocked. Later in the same book, a man clearly wears the mandated hat. And this, at last, brings us back to the image we started with, what is arguably the most famous book to feature the Judenhut, the Bird's Head Haggadah. This puzzling Haggadah raises more questions than it answers. Was the hat now considered formal dinnerware? Were the Jews of Rhineland, Germany now proud of their demarcating hat, embracing it on their own terms? Were they sometimes ashamed of it? Why would Jews draw themselves this way? Some speculate that Jewish books in Germany were governed by censors who oversaw the drawings. Others suggest that the drawings are just documentation. Like it or not, they were wearing these hats. And of course, there's the question, what's the deal with all the birds' heads? Honestly, we're not sure. It remains a mystery. A hat that began as imagery in old manuscripts eventually became the mandated marker for the Jewish population of Rhineland, Germany, and later stigmatized the Jews of Italy as well, before fading from popularity around the 17th century. Now the imagery of the Jewish hat is in the historical dustbin. Very few would even recognize it. And yet, there is that dreamy hamlet today in Austria, a quaint town called Judenburg, meaning Jew's Castle. You can't blame a town for its historical name. But their town logo and coat of arms, it's all over their city website. Yep, there it is. The Judenhut, with a clear Jewish nose thrown in for good measure. It's a testament to the power of imagery, whether in the distant past or today. It was a humble hat, but it managed to define Jews and Judaism for so many centuries before finally being all but forgotten. We use many resources here at Unpack to create our videos, but we do want to give a special shout out to Professor Sarah Lipton, who focused our attention on this story and whose research was instrumental in helping us put this together. You can find a link to her website and to her books here in the description below.
So yeah, it's yeah. So yeah. So abracadabra. So abra means like I will create, and so the thing is that so in Hebrew it would also be like evra, or yeah, it would be evra, but in Aramaic avra, and then ke is like. So I will create like or as, and then dibra is like as speak or as like technically dibra like as speak. I will create as speak. Yeah, it's not a perfect translate. Oh, hey Graham, if you want to hop in, here I'll I mean I'm just gonna put the link in chat as well. I'm sure you'll have some interesting comments on this, because I mean, you know, magic in general. But so yeah, so abracadabra is it's kind of like it's pseudo Aramaic. It's not correct Aramaic, but still, I mean, you could argue that it is. So here, share screen. Go back to this. Yeah. So yeah, like I'm sorry, but at a certain point, like they could have literally made like given it wouldn't get rid of all the other things, but if they would have made the goblins green, like they're typically depicted, then yeah, I mean then they could get away with more and be like, oh well, this isn't anti-Semitic. How is this anti-Semitic? You know, Jews aren't.
Check the green screen as
What?
check that the green oily skin is also part of that trope.
It is.
I think so.
Oh, olive skin. That's why this idea of like Mediterranean or even Middle Eastern.
Yep.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm just I don't know if you're going to join, Graham, but there's probably going to be a cutscene, so you might have to be in the lobby if I'll check, or maybe y'all can let me know. Anyway, so I'm walking in, and noted. So I'm walking. Okay, I'm not. Look at my hands. My hands are not on the keyboard. I'm not walking. I'm being forced to walk in.
I'm not sure. So, I wonder if you mean instructions for Vault 12 indicate that I'm to grant.
No, run out! Run out! Run out!
And then close the door. Wait.
Shit.
Professor, that was certainly unexpected.
You're the one who told me to stay close, you idiot.
There must be something here. Revelio, perhaps. Yes.
Also, like, I'm sorry, but at a certain point, like, the fact that she made... Okay, here. Also, I did this before. I totally fucked it up, and yet I still got it. So, like, it doesn't... Here, so... There. Like, literally, they could make this difficult. Even if you screw it up, you still learn the spell. Okay, so now I press R, and apparently that means Revelio. Revelio!
There, I saw something. Move a bit closer and try again.
Alright, cool. Graham's hopping in. So, let's see.
It takes all the pressure off me. Thanks, Graham.
Yeah, thanks, Graham. Let's see, so... Wait a second. Is this... Oh, so this is a vault. At first I was going to say these look like catacombs. Like, oh, this is where they took Jesus after he died. Also, another thing, I don't know if you caught this before, they said that this was, this whole place was constructed in 400 years.
It's a symbol again. I don't suppose you see a way to... I do, Professor.
Prophecy.
Same glow as the one I saw on the portkey container. If what you can see reveals the way forward, I dare say we are about to discover the secret of this vault. Lead the way.
Investigate. Whoosh.
Lumos. This is no ordinary vault. I suspect we will need to earn our way out of here. Earn our way out. Do you think this is something? I do. But to what end I can't say. There will be no disapparating if things go poorly. Not out of ignorance.
This place is very ominous.
Revelio.
So, I mean, at the end of the day, like, and this is the thing I really don't like. This is supposedly an RPG, but you're basically set on this fourth story track. So, wait, what? Yeah. So, like, at the end of the day, you don't even like. You get to choose whether you want to become like a dark wizard, and like you get to use like dark magic and even the killing curse. So you basically get to be a dark wizard, but there's no opportunity to choose, hey, I want to help the goblins, I want to help the rebellion, I want to overthrow the wizarding world. No option to do that. And like at the end of the day, this is the really crazy thing. Voldemort in the story, the only reason he's a villain is because he wants to treat because he wants to treat all of humans that don't have like full blood wizard blood, or like that don't have full wizard blood. He wants to treat them all like the wizard world is already treating all the other magical races. So it's kind of like,
I see some sort of statue.
imagine like you have someone who's fine with say you have someone who's a member of one minority group and they're fine oppressing someone from another minority group, and then they only have an issue when they start to be oppressed, if that makes any sense. It's not a perfect parallel, but yeah, let's see. Right, so how do we do this? So welcome, Graham. Graham, is your mic working?
I presume this is what you saw reflected in the floor.
So Ariel, the wizards are by blood.
So this is an interesting thing. They're like yes and no. So like they're all right. So let me just do this first. So there, in this universe, there's people who. Oh shoot! Oh, dang it. Okay, so I guess apparently if you don't do it correct. Okay, so there. Oh shoot! Honestly, I'm going to play this game on a hard because this game was made for kids, and so it's probably not as hard as well. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Wizard blood, nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, so basically this idea of wizard blood. So there's like wizarding families. And then there's like non-wizarding families, but you can have people who are born to like both, Muggle parents or basically non-wizard parents, and they can still have like the ability for magic. Sorry, one second. So, also I'm going to have to turn down the audio a bit on this after. Say though, like, and a lot of people have commented on this. The combat in this game is actually pretty good. Oh, what's this? Oh, Okay, so I have to actually do Protego. So, oh, yeah. Basically, what you have to do is you have to hold down Q rather than just press it. Okay, there. Awesome. Alright, cool. Okay, so yeah, basically, at the end of the day, I mean, you could kind of view it as, in a lot of ways, it's not that different from Judaism. There's, most, well, I mean, given it's not a perfect parallel, but most Jews are born Jews, but obviously there's plenty of Jews who aren't, they're not born to Jewish families, yet Jewish tradition considers them to be just as Jewish as other Jews, so long as they convert, So within that context, I know there's chests here before. Maybe I missed those time. Anyway, the point being is you don't have to be born to a wizarding family to be a wizard. You don't have to be born to a Jewish family to be Jewish. But there, so like you see kind of what I'm getting at there.
I do.
Okay, sweet. Here's the wait. Oh yeah, here. Okay, like it's kind of, but see, here's the screwed up thing. I literally feel like I'm fulfilling a stereotype just by being happy that I get money in a video game or in real life. Like everyone's happy when that happens. I mean, given some people are like too happy about that stuff,
but that's the nature thing that I was talking about. The difference is everybody needs money and they're happy, but it's within the Jewish nature to almost need it like a vampire needs blood.
And see, that's the funny thing. In that, like, that's the same way that everyone needs money, because you don't have that, you can't pay for a roof over your head, you can't pay for food, and we don't live in a world that you can just grow everything that you're doing. There's some people who they purposefully live those lives, and there's nothing wrong with that. But for most people, that's not reasonable.
But we've been used as a scapegoat. From in reality as a scapegoat for higher ups to relieve pressure. Oh, it's our fault. And projection from the zeitgeist itself.
Yeah. Hey Graham, is your mic working now? Oh, wait.
Did 420 fall asleep?
Well, we'll find out. I just muted him.
Yep.
It seems to have stopped.
I heard it earlier, I thought, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah. He
needs to get a CPAP machine.
Oh, I guess he just left. He might have woken up and he's like, okay, time to go to sleep. And I don't blame him. Have a good night, 420. Oh wait. Oh my God, I'm the tired one.
Yeah, that was Graham.
Someone's going to have to clip that. That's 3 hours 13 minutes in. I'm going to text myself that I have to clip that. It's too good. I'm clipping this 3:13 in. I totally brain farted. All right. Okay, so here we go. I turned down the audio as well. So, what is it you were talking about? Oh yeah, the scapegoat. You there?
Oh, I'm here, brother. Did I get cut off?
Oh, if you were talking, I didn't hear.
No, I don't know if you heard the just that we were the scapegoat or Jews were the scapegoat for apologized. I saw it was spinning. Did you hear any of it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I have to go soon because I have to take the dogs to the vet.
Oh, everything all right, or just a normal? Like, is everything all right, or is it just a normal appointment?
Normal appointment.
Ah, that's good. Okay, what's going on here? Well, I'm all out of potions. I guess. Wait, did I turn on hard? That's what I wanted to do, right? Wait, where is it? Oh, here. Oof, probably gonna regret this. But hey, I could always turn it low. What's this?
Hey, Ariel, you ever watch The Munsters?
No, I didn't. I think my mom did, though.
Yeah. I would like you to check it out if you have. I know you don't have time probably, but just to let me know what you think about social commentary, what it's trying to say.
Oh yeah, I think I know enough about it. It's like, are they like aristocratic, but like they're kind of like really like no one wants to be around them?
No, what I see is it's Jews moved into the neighborhood.
Oh, interesting.
But I didn't want to, I feel like we're laying it on really thick right now, so that's why I was trying to back off of it and have you watch it on your own.
So check this out. This is really interesting. So walking in it backwards, but then you walk in it, whoop, disappears. But you have to go a certain distance out, and then now you go in. So it's like one of those like one-way mirrors, except you can actually walk through it. So, all right. So let's see, where is it? Here. So we're about to get to the real anti-Semitic shit. Oh, okay. Graham's back. Hopefully, Graham is working this time. Dang. All right.
There you are.
So there's her friend.
How did you?
The Snore King. Good job. That's hilarious. Good callback.
But I found this floating above that basin. That is no mere basin. That is a pensive for viewing memories. I wonder.
Remind me to unmute myself because I'm going to unmute myself so I can take a dab. Actually, wait, I can just use my dab rig, or my e-rig. This is pretty cool.
All is in place. The book is perhaps too well. I wonder if the path we've created may be impossible to follow.
Oh, they're finishing each other's sentences. They must be two peas out of the same pod.
We are entrusting the one who embarks on this path with powerful secrets, with knowledge others will do anything to obtain.
Anything.
If we are correct,
Anything.
the trial to prove themselves worthy of that knowledge and the responsibility that accompanies it.
I don't know which guy seems more sus. Because they both seem like good guys, but I somehow don't get that feeling from them. Oh, I thought he was going to lobotomize himself.
That's what you see. The glow that surrounded them.
Wait, so you're telling me I'm not crazy? You saw it too?
Astonishing. And I see magic.
They're bone dry as well. Magic water.
More precise. The magic that Miriam had always believed existed.
That ominous dash.
Miriam, and perhaps George, died in pursuit of knowledge that has been dormant for centuries.
Did he say the water that Miriam had?
New, it seems.
I don't think so. No, the key or the knowledge, maybe. Uh-oh. Goblin banker.
I don't know. But, sir, you...
George Soros. Soros.
And why are you here? No need for that. Just give me whatever it is.
Honestly, let's just give it to him. I don't want to fight. And besides, he just wants to overthrow the evil wizarding world. Don't know. Shut up, dude. He's going to kill you.
Choose your next words wisely. I only meant that the instructions to Vault 12 were quite clear.
You're going to get Vadered, dude. Don't get Vadered.
I must insist. I was to grant access only to one with the key, and you
Yeah, he just got Vadered.
I have no patience for
He killed Air Weiser.
now.
That's horrible.
I'm not giving you anything. Perhaps your young friend here.
Dude, give it to him. He's another member of the tribe. Or you could do that. Uh-oh.
Return of the Snore King.
Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Come on, now I'm saving you this time, Professor. You save me, I save you. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Except that's kind of weird. These are my professors, so don't do that. Okay.
All right. Fine, sir. I've never seen so powerful a goblin. Totally unaffected by my magic.
Okay, yeah, going to have to meet him again.
We have a sorting ceremony to get to.
Sorting ceremony?
Now, are the goblins... Oh, sorry. Are the goblins evil or just inherently selfish?
They're kind of depicted as inherently evil in a way. Or not inherently evil, but like... They're basically depicted as... And this is part of why it's so problematic. They're depicted as ungrateful. They're ungrateful for their oppression, that they've been allowed to become the wizard bankers. They don't appreciate the role they've been given by the honorable and generous wizards. Okay. Please tell me. Hopefully it doesn't just start a cutscene, because I was hoping to make a save before I do the sorting ceremony, but I don't know if I can actually go back in time. Otherwise, I'd have to do this tutorial. I mean, to be fair, I'm probably not going to play this game more than once, because it's already going to take a while to actually finish it. But, and see, that's the other thing. There's really no difference, from what I understand, between, like, what house you choose. So at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot of, like, replay value, because, like I said, you don't really get to make choices like you do in Skyrim or, like, in most RPG games. It's literally, you're just... basically the choices you make are basically all in your head. It's not really represented in the game, which is really unfortunate. I mean, given it's not like, I'm a super fan of this game or anything, but it's just, it would be a better game if it had choices that actually mattered. Okay, come on, load. Load game. Poke. Load. Okay, let's get some music on.
All right, brother.
Yep.
Later.
What? Oh, you have to head out?
Yeah. I might still be listening, but I'm gonna go get them ready.
All right. Take care.
Thank you for everything.
You too. Graham, you there? Okay, I think it's about to start. Really hope. Now that I think about it, I don't think I should have made a save beforehand, but I didn't do that. Whatever. If I really wanted to do a new character, I always could. It's not a huge deal. Just spend a bit of time doing that, but like I said, probably not going to do another playthrough. Let's see. Aha, you are here now. All right, here we go. Ah, shit. No, I don't get to.
Oh, good. We haven't missed the sorting ceremony.
Yes, we did, you genius.
I'm no expert, but that seems more appropriate.
I feel uncomfortable. He just undressed and redressed me instantaneously.
They need to know what happened to Jorah during the Ward of Ranrock. For the moment, I ask that you keep all that's happened this evening between you and me. Of course, sir.
I'm not going to do that.
Ready for the sorting ceremony? Phineas, Nigellus, Black. Prepare yourself to meet the headmaster.
Pinchas.
Fig, nice of you to join us. The sorting ceremony is over. There were complications. Complications?
That's an understatement.
It seems the goblin enough. Goblins. I have no time for rumors, Fig, and I'm rapidly losing whatever.
I mean, to be fair, the rumors are anti-Semitic, but they are rebelling.
I'll be in touch. Professor Weasley, we've one more to be story.
Welcome. You're just in time. Have a seat.
Theoretically, what if I wanted to just stop the game here, and leave off elsewhere? I mean, I'm not. I'm just wondering because can I save? Or is it?
Ah, yes. A bit older than the others, aren't you? You come here with preferences and preconceptions. Certain expectations. I'm looking forward to exploring Hogwarts and the world beyond the castle grounds. Indeed. Much can be gleaned by having an adventurous spirit. But your professors have a great deal to teach you as well.
Hey, Graham, is it working now?
I wonder. I detect something.
I'm back. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Cool.
Yeah.
How have you been?
Don't know what happened. It's been an experience the last few weeks, Ariel. Words don't describe it. They don't. I'll figure out what actually happened sometime in the future here.
Likewise. see. So, what are your thoughts on this game so far, or at least what you've seen?
Well, that's where I get my screen name from, is from playing video games, is my old gamer tag that I adopted about 20 years ago, because Pong was the first video game I played. So I've watched the whole evolution back from Pong.
I mean, more the social commentary on this.
No, I agree with a lot of you. There's a lot of the whole hierarchical fascistic control. Again, you got an orthodoxy going on that they try to control and maintain. And it again, growing up Catholic is very reminiscent of how the Catholic Church is run.
Interesting. One thing though that I do find really interesting is how you have this idea that all the evil people are sorted into Slytherin, but like it's just kind of taken for granted that that's the case, despite the fact that there's plenty of people who have done evil and horrible things that are sorted into the other houses.
No, I agree. I think what they're doing with the sorting is they're sorting that inherent nature or temperament as opposed to anything else.
Yeah, I think it's just one of those things where people get this idea of like teams, like you're on the good team or the bad team.
Well, I think more of it is your temperament tends to put you on that side, because basically everybody has different levels of greed or selfishness or things like that. And if you have the right combination, you're naturally going to be a little more evil or a little more good.
Oh, this is interesting. He said, due to unfortunate incident on the Quidditch field, Quidditch has been canceled. That's how the game developers got away with saying with not putting Quidditch in the game. They'll probably do it as part of a DLC. But they did add flying in the game, so I'm looking forward to that. But the other thing that's kind of unfortunate about, I mean, it's not unfortunate, but I wish that they would have like an adult version of Hogwarts. I mean, there's much better series that take on that idea, but in terms of games, like, I wish there was a way to play as like an adult, basically, or like, someone who's of age. That way they could have like romance options and not make it weird.
No, I hear what you're saying, Ariel. Given Rowling's position on some of that stuff, I think we're not likely to see any monetization or a video game like that.
Yeah. But, I mean...
Too much controversy.
On the bright side, though, eventually AI will be able to basically just take the resources from games that, like in order to cobble together something that, like, and then people will be able to work on the intricate details as opposed to having to build everything from the ground up.
No, that's interesting. That brings up then intellectual property rights. Do the people who originally developed the property, the things the AI used, do they deserve royalties for the AI using them?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to have some sort of way where it's like the percentage of, resources taken. So it's like, or, maybe like you license the rights to use it, and then you have to like figure out something with them individually. But like where the AI could kind of cobble something together and then present you with it and be like, if you want to sell that, license this out or whatever, then it's going to cost this much, like, kind of like an estimate. And then you actually, it's like, I mean, theoretically, an AI could set up the deal for it. It's so freaky how advanced it's getting, for good and for bad.
Well, I was going to say none of it's surprising to me. I saw this coming a while ago, but that's me.
Didn't say it's surprising, just said it's freaky.
I'm excited.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited too, because at the end of the day, how much worse can the AI be than humans?
I don't know. I saw Terminator.
Yeah, but like, to be fair, that's something that humans would be fine doing in a certain context.
It depends how much the AIs take after humans.
Exactly. All right, let's see. What's up with the graphics? Oh, okay. I don't know why it looks so crappy. It looked better before, at least I thought. Oh, maybe it just needs time to load. Not sure, but I have to admit, I really do like this common room. It feels very cozy. But oh, this is so cool! Look, it's an animated picture, and I mean that's something that you already start to see. I mean, it's basically just a screen if you think about it, in the grand scheme of things.
I was going to say that was one of the trade-offs they made in video games was higher graphics versus options that you in play style. Because what you were talking about the controlled, where all the houses end up being very much the same, that's a matter of saving assets in order to have really great video effects. But by doing that, you have to limit the number of choices you can make. So it's sort of one of those trade-offs, economic trade-offs.
Yeah, I do think though that part of it. Okay, that's interesting. So like from here, the texture looks not as good, but that's like once you get close, it seems like it loads much better. So it just kind of looks hazy from afar, but so it looks like kind of almost like a distortion effect. So let's see. This is really cool though. So I explored this in the stream I did last night, but I'm still going to. So you have like one of these on each level. That's so cool. A crystal ball. Can I destroy it? Oh no, it's invincible. So you have like one of these dorms on. Oh, nice. And this is. Oh, these are pretty spacious closets. It's not bad. I guess you could just levitate things down from up there. Don't know how. Actually, it's interesting. You can see how this is very clearly designed for people who don't need to reach something physically. Like it's very clearly not the way that a normal. Oh, this is so cool! I didn't even see that there's like bunk beds up here. Oh, I mean it's pretty obvious in hindsight, but so we can go down another step. Oh, imagine you have to go to the bathroom one night. You have to go all the way down here because there's not a bathroom on each floor. So this is cool. So that's kind of weak. Oh wait. Oh no, it actually does have a little water animation. That's cool. And then toilet. Yeah, you can tell they really wanted to add a lot of details to this and probably cared less about the story, which, teach their own. So, did you ever watch the Harry Potter or read the Harry Potter books?
I read the first couple. I've seen most of the movies. I pretty much know, have digested the plot from what I've seen in bits and pieces over the years. But no, I like it. It's part of my problem is I've always considered Harry Potter a ripoff of Tim Hunter from Neil Gaiman with the Books of Magic from DC Comics Vertigo.
Interesting. So is that also about like a magical school?
Well, not a school. What happened with Books of Magic, which Tim Hunter came out probably about 3 or 4 years before the Harry Potter books, is Tim Hunter was a person, he was adopted. He had the ability to either be the greatest magician or like the greatest scientist of all time. And it was like he had the choice of which he was going to go down. And he ended up with an owl companion and a little girl that was, his little partner in crime. And, it was like so much of the Harry Potter stuff that Rowling ended up using later. It was just kind of weird for me to see it, it becoming such a huge hit for Rowling when I'd read a similar sort of thing, again, like 3-4 years earlier.
Interesting. So, that's so cool. I just ate an apple. Wait, how many of these can I eat? But yeah,
Rowling brought the whole school aspect, and that's crucial to Harry Potter. So I'm not trying to say it was a total ripoff. She brought a lot to it. It's just it was one of those for me. It was kind of weird.
Made it relatable to people because who doesn't want to be special and go to school where they learn magic?
It's sort of that Superman trope, you're adopted, you don't know what your real origins are, but they're actually, you're this really super powered being, but nobody knows it.
Well, but see, and that's the thing. It especially appeals to people who were going through hard times because of that aspect. But then you also have like the Slytherin people and oh, one second. Just text me these. But so yeah, I mean, basically, like it doesn't matter what type of person you are because for the most part, anyone can kind of find this connection with the story in one way or another. It's kind of like
definitely.
All right, so here, let's talk to. And again, can't make any comments because all these characters are underage. Well, actually, except for the teachers, so I can hit on the teachers.
I want him to be in the perfect place. Place he'll be happy with. But I can't seem to find it. Great golden gobstone.
Golden gobstones.
My own little expression. I bought this Disney seedling from home and I so want him to feel cozy. Disney is amazing, isn't it? So much healing power in such a little plant.
Nice to meet you, Samantha. Is Disney used in Wiggenweld potion? Actually, Professor Fig told me about the Wiggenweld potion.
Of course. I heard you were studying with him before term. He's an enigma, Fig. Teaches about theory
And
about
Figma.
practical magic.
Professor Fig does know a great deal about different forms of magic.
He knows about ancient magic, ran rocks out, warn everyone.
To catch up on him, sure.
Is it common practice for students to grow their own ingredients?
Oh, yes. In fact, our herbology teacher, Professor Garlic, encourages it. And I don't think Professor Sharp, our potions master, cares where you get your ingredients as long as your brews are all perfect.
An affinity for herbology is more typical of a Hufflepuff than a Ravenclaw.
To be fair, I like plants too.
But it runs in my family. We've a full plot of these little fellows back home. I suppose you could say herbology is in my roots.
Ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
An affinity.
Ordinarily, I suppose
Very
you
clever.
could say herbology is in my roots.
Very funny.
It was nice to meet you, Samantha. Good luck with your Disney.
Thank you.
Disney.
And good luck to you too on your first day.
I'll have another apple. 2 apples a day keeps 2 doctors away.
That's just brilliant, Army. Brilliant. That is not how that... Why, hello. Would you like to take a look?
Sure.
Can't see too much in the day. Well, except for stars like Sirius, Canopus, Vega, and Arcturus. I'm Amit. Pleasure to have you in Ravenclaw. Never met someone who's been so close to a dragon before. Can't say I'd recommend it, frankly. It's nice
Yeah, that was not fun. Don't
I
like
take it you
being
like astronomy.
dragon
Oh,
snack.
yes. So much to be learned from the stars. Also, there's something about the open air and night sky above the tower. It's invigorating. You will adore astronomy. Professor Shaw is incredibly knowledgeable.
Awesome, yeah. Nothing better than smoking out on the roof.
I hope astronomy's on my schedule. Sounds interesting. I have good news for you. You are most definitely taking astronomy. It is required for all 5th years.
So how do you get some weed around here?
Plus a quality telescope.
Oh, I mean, I guess technically you could probably grow it, right?
I suppose I'll
Is there
see you
some
in
sort
class
of
then.
magical
Yes.
weed?
Oh, and speaking of class, better get to my first one of the year. Nothing like this.
Isn't weed itself magic?
True. Well, I actually made this joke earlier that imagine you're in the wizarding world. You're growing all these potions. It's like, oh, this is Dickney used in Wiggenweld. It heals you, and then you get caught with it by some Muggle police, and they're like, you're under arrest for possession of methamphetamine. It's like, what do you mean this is Wiggenweld? And it's like, no, you're in possession of a controlled substance. It's like, but my professor has told me this was Wiggenweld. My professor's at Hogwarts, the magical school. And they're like, okay, send him off to the bin. I mean, like, how would that even work? It's just so wild to think about. Let's see, the mirror in this game. Oh, it's a magical mirror. That's why it doesn't work. Let's see. What else is there here? Oh, that blur. So yeah, you have like, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different dorm rooms, it seems like. I'm not 100% sure. And then up here, it's locked. I remember that from last night. Level unlocked. And apparently you need a special spell called a Lovomora in order to... Alright. Oof. That loading, it does not like that load screen. Or not load screen, but load. Are there any books here? What? Oof. Wait, so that'd actually be really cool. What if you transformed a Bufo Alvarius frog into a goblet? Therefore, every time you drank from it, it would actually get you high with DMT.
Cool. I was also thinking about having the toad for a familiar too. What kind of wizard that would make you?
Oh, you mean like the Patronus in this context?
Yeah, the hallucinogenic frog. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. You just be like, it's probably what I don't even like Terrence McKenna.
Exactly. All the wizards feeling bad for him because he got the toad. Here he got the owl, and he's just sitting there smiling, saying nothing.
Oh, there you got a Phrygian cap. But yeah, I took the quiz on the was it on the Harry Potter site or whatever, and it gave me dolphin.
I suppose I hoped it would lighten the mood.
I have even no idea what that house does.
No. As the Patronus or the familiar.
Okay. Oh, okay.
For some of these characters.
I mean, I guess
that would be a little awkward.
Why?
Well, going around the city with your dolphin.
No, because it's a spirit.
Oh, okay. It's not like okay, more your totem animal.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah. Otherwise, you just have to roll around with some sort of what is it? A tank of water.
That was sort of what I was picturing. It's like, yeah, that's got to be inconvenient. Be great if you were on the ocean, though.
Yeah.
I did, but probably best I let you judge for yourself.
It's interesting though because it definitely has that connection to Ashera because the ocean, but also because dolphin skin was likely used in the tabernacle.
Really, I had no idea.
Yeah. Here, let me see. Where is this? Let me see if I can find it real quick. Oof. 1 second, I just caught a spike in lag. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. Something's going on with my computer. Okay, there it is. It was just a lot to load. Okay, so, dolphin. So, Exodus 25:5. So, and these are the gifts that you shall accept from them. Wait, hold on. So these are things that you're supposed to give give for the temple: gold, silver, and copper, blue, purple, and crimson yarns, fine linen, so shesh, and goat's hair, tanned ram skin. So this is the orot elim. So the orot, the skin of lamb or skin of rams, me'amadim. What is this? Me'amadim. Red ram skins or tanned red. So tanned ram skins. Ve'orot tachashim va'etzei shitim. So and something skins and the woods of acacia. So orot tachashim. Tachash. Clicking on this, here's what it tells me. Well, it's taking a while to load. But wait, where'd it go? Tachash. Shoot. Sorry, 1 second. Tachashim. I might just have to. Okay, it's Tachasha. Enter. Okay, here. A kind of leather, skin, or animal hide. Perhaps the animal yielding the skin. Perhaps the badger or dugong. I don't know what a dugong is. Dolphin or sheep, or a now extinct animal. So what's interesting is Tachash is either dugong, that's one meaning, but it also is a son of Nahor by his concubine Reumah and the nephew of Abraham. So what's interesting about this is that Nahor, so here it mentions Nahor. And if we look here, the reason why I think it's a dolphin is because look at this. So it's talking about Nahor. I'm going to click on this. Nahor. Oh, shoot. It's Nahor, not Nahor. So it means snorting or breath. But the thing is that, dang it. So my argument kind of breaks down. But if you were to spell it Nahor and not Nahor, you get, so Nahor, so Nahar means river or stream. Now, there's definitely a connection between if you have someone named Nahor or River and their child is named Dolphin, the dolphin is the son of the river. I mean, that makes sense in some context, or the son of the stream. But again, like, I might be just trying to make it fit too much.
No, I was going to sit there and say your snort also works with that, with sort of like the blowhole, because it's definitely a dugong. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably some sort of sea mammal, sort of like a manatee. And no, that definitely tracks there. And the whole idea of you have river dolphins and things like that definitely would have been around in the day. And now you're touching into Dionysus myth, where with the turning men into dolphins.
Oh yeah, and Aphrodite.
Yep.
She's depicted as riding dolphins, right? It's like in a very sexual way.
No, I had not picked that one up, and you're right. I knew the dolphins with Aphrodite. I hadn't picked up the meaning connection. Good catch on that, Ariel.
Also, the fact that dolphins are seen as very sexual animals, I mean, it's really fucked up. They actually, like, not only do they, like, enjoy torturing other animals, or, like, other animals for pleasure, they actually, like, they rape other animals.
Yep, Flipper wasn't always a nice guy.
Now, in light of your unique situation, joining us as a fifth year, you'll need to catch up with your classmates and not fall behind, especially as you'll be expected to complete your OWLs at the end of the year.
Oh, very clever. Owls.
Yes, your ordinary visiting level exams.
I'm sorry, that's a lazy acronym. You could have come up with a better thing that it stands for.
And the Department of Magical Education of the Ministry, we've devised something extraordinary to ensure your success. Here you are.
Ooh. I'm sorry, that doesn't seem safe.
What is it? It is a wizard's field.
It's a book.
It will help you to keep track of what you are learning, so that you master all that's expected of a fifth year. You would be wise to take full advantage of this exceptionally valuable resource.
Smokes weed, must be a Weasley. Fellweed. Yeah, that's in what is it? World of Warcraft. What does 420 have to say about it? Oh, 420 probably is.
This way.
Maybe not though. Let's see. What is this? Amon would make a good sorting hat. Yeah, he would probably also get. Oh my god, he would creep some people out. I mean, at the end of the day, he's an acquired taste.
I like him. Yeah, no, it's like him sorting is just, it's entertaining to think about, you know.
Let's see, what's this? Rhino is a hairless unicorn. Interesting. At vet, bye everyone. Hope everything's good with the animals. Let's see. So, okay, where is it?
The guide will give you opportunities to practice your magic and educate yourself about wizarding law.
Wait, wizarding lore or law? I can't understand the accent totally. Something that's kind of interesting, apparently, which I still don't. It's kind of an odd choice, but apparently J.K. Rowling required that all the actors, or at least like almost all of them, except for 3 of the actors in Harry Potter, that they were all that they all had to be British. Which, I mean, I get that most of them, but like, what's wrong with having a few students who are, from other parts of the world? All right, let's see. Ravenclaw bust. The bust created in honor of Ravenclaw House resides in the lofty Ravenclaw Tower. Okay, but who is this guy? Who's it a bust of? It really makes no sense to me. It's not clear at all. All right, let's see. Is your wizarding level XP earned from challenges increase your level of power? Field guide tracks your current challenge progress. Select the challenge menu to continue. Collecting your first guide page unlocked a new challenge category. New challenges unlock throughout your adventure here. Select field pages, field guide pages. All right. All right. What's this? Wait. How do I get back there? Is it just the same? Okay. Gear. Or is it collections? Maybe is that what I'm looking for? Here. Appearances. Right, where's this stuff? About inventory, gear. That's strange. Let's see. Maybe I'm. And where? What's this? Dark flat cap. Like. Outfit. Interesting. I still don't understand what I'm supposed to be able to get, like some stuff, I thought. Collections. Strange. But yeah. I'm supposed to have access to certain things, but apparently. One second, let me see what's up with that real quick.
I was going to say, a lot of times you need to level up before stuff becomes available too.
Oh, you're right. That's probably it. Let's see. Is it challenges I'm supposed to click on? Or no, I think I exit out maybe. Alright, I have to follow her now.
Clever, isn't it? Keep your eyes open for more opportunities like that, inside and outside of the castle. No time to waste. Your classes to attend.
Actually, yeah, the scarf's too bulky. It's not that cold. Let's see, where's this gear? Okay, that's good. Ooh, that's a long way down. Ooh, what's this? Knock, 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 knock. I don't think that's going to work. What the? What is that noise? Oh wait, it's probably 420.
To get around a bit quicker.
That was my thought.
I was like, is this song in the game?
Find Central Hall.
Open map.
I mean, that's not a bad background sound effect sometimes, but
Yeah. I'll be right back. I need to get something to eat real quick. Oh, like 1 second. But yeah, so it's definitely an interesting game. I just find some of the choices and lack of choices.
I guess for me, I've played so many of these over the years. It's got like I see the core of the game design, and then you have the Harry Potter decorations layered over top of it.
I don't know. In this case, it really feels like the core is Harry Potter.
Well, you have it's basically you have your generic character with your generic attributes, carrying generic items, going on, those are the cores of any sort of adventure, any sort of game like this. It's just above that, you have Harry Potter and stuff. And some of them have more interesting and intriguing underlying engines. It's like, I'm not sure how this one gets. Your skill tree is usually one of the standard ones, but there are other options. I'm a fan of game design, as you can tell.
Yeah.
And also from a money standpoint, because like with this one, you can usually tell by this point in time where they have their pre-programmed DLCs coming out, because they usually have at least 2 of them designed before they release the game. And they usually have at least 2 years worth of how they're going to design, unfold the storyline written before it ever hits.
I wish someone would make like something like Crusader Kings 3, but like more immersive, like where you could actually take over your character like as a character, as opposed to just choosing what they do.
And I haven't played Crusader Kings, but from what I hear about it, that would definitely be a good option.
I feel that game's right up your alley.
The one that it's like there's always that first love syndrome. The one for me is Asheron's Call, which is one of the early MMORPGs online. It started in '99. And that was the first one of those online games I'd played. I'd played like Diablo and some of those online, but that one was a sandbox game where if you saw a mountain, you could run over to that mountain and go up it. It was just totally free roam, free range world. And I remember the first time I was in the tutorial, and all of a sudden it was like this little white dot that was another player like running a lot down the thing, and it's like, damn, I've been waiting for this moment. That's somebody else somewhere in the world at a keyboard, just like me, doing the same thing. Cool.
Wow. It's like people take stuff like that for granted now, but it's like back then you must have really appreciated it.
Ariel, I'm old. I remember when Gilligan's Island was in black and white and went to color.
Directly to Central Hall. You can get almost anywhere in the castle quickly from Central Hall. Always something happening here. It's the heart of the hive, our King's Cross station, so to speak. That should be all for now. You'll be expected to attend both Charms and Defense Against the Dark Arts classes today. And I'd like to be sure you get to Hogsmeade as soon as possible to replace the supplies you lost on the way here.
Let's see. What's Hogsmeade?
You mentioned Hogsmeade, Professor.
Hogsmeade is the only all-wizarding village in Britain and is home to an array of shops and pubs. You should be able to find all of the school supplies you require in Hogsmeade. You
How
will
convenient.
also, I imagine, enjoy many a butterbeer there with friends in due course.
What's butterbeer?
Can you tell me more about the Defense Against the Dark Arts class?
Defense Against the Dark Arts, as the name implies, focuses on how to defend oneself against the evils that lurk beyond these walls. A mastery of Defense Against the Dark Arts is required for those who aspire to become aurors. Fortunately, we are lucky to have the ever-gifted Professor Hecat in charge of our
Hecate.
student
Very
education.
clever, you know, like Hecate or Hecate.
What will I learn in Charles' class?
Exactly what you might expect. Spells, charms, jinxes, all terribly useful. I think you will enjoy Professor Ronan.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about. Ronan, Abraham Ronan.
Wizard and a talented teacher.
Thank you, Professor Weasley.
A lot to absorb on your first day, and you have much to learn. Happily, your professors have agreed to create additional assignments for you outside of class. You'll be up to speed in no time. Judging by your adept use of Revelio earlier, I'd say Professor Fig succeeded in at least showing you the basics.
You did, Professor.
He literally told me a word and I said it.
Arrival, specifically about what happened after that awful dragon attack. My suspicion is that there's more to the story than a search for belongings and an extended trip up to the castle.
We did take a bit of a detour on the way here. Ended up exploring some ruins and... I shouldn't say more.
Exploring ruins? Well, I presume Professor Fig has his reasons for keeping the details to himself for now. Speak of the devil.
And you shall appear.
Your ears must have been burning.
Oh?
Yes. You seem to have provided our new fifth year with a solid foundation in the basics of spellcasting.
And she's not even going to mention.
I'm afraid I can't take all the credit there, Professor. They've a rare aptitude for magic, it seems.
It helps I know Hebrew.
Well, I'm just glad we both arrived in one piece. Perfectly good boats and carriages to Hogwarts, and you chose to fly in the path of a dragon.
I wouldn't say I chose the dragon's path, Professor. Rather unfortunately, it would seem that it chose us.
Very well. Enough chit-chat. I need to get to class myself.
Can you still hear me?
You, Professor Fig, to explain the details.
Yep, I can.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Just making sure.
I just didn't have anything to say over that.
Remember to use your field guide. It will be invaluable to you. And invaluable to me, as I'll be using it to keep up to date.
Wait.
Yes, Professor.
You're able to spy on me with it? I don't like that.
You've attended both classes today,
Do you think there's anywhere in that castle that they can't see you?
and we'll see if we can't.
I mean, to be fair, now that I think about it, it's no different than using something like Canvas for university. They literally see all the work that you do. I guess it's comparable to that.
Yeah, no, my thought here is how soon are you going to get that magic map in order to find your way around? Because that's got to happen sooner or later.
What, you mean this? Or are you talking about the Marauders map?
The Marauders map.
I don't know if it actually makes an appearance in this game. Because I think it's specific, like it's a specific artifact.
Okay.
Oh, wait, what's this? Let's see. You are in Hufflepuff. You are in Gryffindor. Oh, hey, another one of me. Wait, why are they are you trying to beat me up? I don't like that. I'm uncomfortable. Professor, they're being mean.
It's good to see you, Professor. And you. I was hoping our paths would cross today before you immersed yourself in studies. Did I hear you and Professor Weasley talking about exploring ruins?
She asked.
She caught me off guard. I didn't tell her anything else about our travels there. I will say, I think she suspects we're not being entirely forthcoming. Yes, well, Professor Weasley is a brilliant and astute witch. It was right to keep the details to yourself for now. We don't know where this path we've embarked upon will lead. It may require a bit more flexibility with your time than she would approve of. And she may feel obliged to share details with a headmaster that would be better left.
Oh yeah, he seems like a right prick.
Understood, Professor. Good. Now, as capable as you are, I believe the ability you possess obliges you to be well trained. Happily, you have the benefit of an exceptionally skilled team of witches and wizards to guide you. Speaking of guides, and so that I may avoid another not-so-subtle reproof from Professor Weasley, why don't I show you the clever enchantment we included in the field guide's map? Unfold it and have a look.
The enchantment is the ability to see quests. Ooh, very special. Let's see. Oh, these two. Accio and Levioso. You'd think Accio would be in Defense Against Dark Arts and Levioso would be in Charms, but whatever. Let's see. I have to use the restroom, but which one do you think I should start with?
What are the options?
Charms or Defense Against the Dark Arts?
Let's go Defense Against the Dark Arts.
Good call. And let's see, wait, where did I put it? So actually, they made these. What is it? It's like little Lego books. I don't know if you can see. It's a little Defense Against the Dark Arts, and then it has like this little classroom. It's pretty cool. I mean, I have to admit, it's been so long since I've played with Legos, but like this is a really cool Lego set.
Oh no, the Lego Harry Potter's a real cool. Lego Harry Potter game is real cool too.
I've never actually played the Lego Harry Potter. It's been like so long since I actually played a Lego anything game.
In a lot of ways, I just enjoy those so much. They're so fun.
Is it because of this, like, kind of the aesthetic?
It's the aesthetic combined with its really solid just gameplay and the way they design it, where you have to, it's gate kept, but you have to build the things and you have to figure out how to construct them. And again, it's kind of a combination of a puzzle game, capturing the storyline, and the whole Lego aesthetic. It's just, and it's kind of tongue-in-cheekish fun as well. So it's got like a four combination that just works for me.
Interesting. Yeah. So, so if you were in the Harry Potter universe, what house would you be in?
I don't even know. I never really thought about it too much.
Really?
Yeah, no. I part of it is, Ariel, I don't think too much about myself and where I kind of fit in. It's more like I compare myself with myself. So I guess it's a deficiency in me, maybe. Or maybe it's part of my autism.
I have a feeling you'd probably either be in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff.
I could definitely see Hufflepuff. Yeah, no, I can see either of those. Yeah, I would lean more towards Hufflepuff of the two.
All right, I'm never back.
Part of it is I always was a big fan of the old Sid and Marty Krofft stuff, the H.R. Puffin stuff. So.
Oh, so you like the name?
Yeah.
All right.
The sensibility's there too, but the name kicks it over the edge.
The map is enchanted to help you find your way. This will be incredibly helpful. Thank you. Now, it sounds like you've quite a day ahead, what with classes and a trip to Hogsmeade for supplies, including your own wand. You'll enjoy Mr. Ollivander. He's an exceptional craftsman and a good friend. I shall reach out when I have more information about our mysterious rocket. For now, focus on your classes and pay attention. More than your owls may hinge on the magic you are able to master within these walls.
Accidentally selected the wrong one. Alright, so the field guide map shows Professor Hackett's classes in the lower section of the astronomy wing. I could get lost in this castle. I may need to use the charmed compass in the field guide to help me find the way. I don't think so. Oh, where's this?
Rebellion.
Who's this guy? He looks like the Buddha.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Where's the potion? I'm gonna check this out. Oh, that's so cool. I love the detail that they put into this. Oh, wow.
What are you up to now?
Huh? Where's your shirt at?
Rebellion.
Wow. Really amazing graphics. Oh god, do you see this girl's face? It didn't load at first. It's weird. It's like not fully loaded. Oh god, my guy does not look too good either.
You're probably pushing your graphics card.
Oh no, I mean because of the circles around the eyes. But hey, it looks a lot like me.
Especially at the end of a stream.
Honestly, oh fuck! What the fuck? Doesn't look that bad. But now I kind of am wondering why I put it on in the first place. Hopefully I can change it.
Tell me what you've got.
Professor Hackett!
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces in your own time. I get new students every year, but I only have one Hebridean black skull. It was a token from the great poacher raid of 1878. No doubt you've heard of it. Now, you may be asking yourself how an old woman like me single-handedly took out the largest poacher ring in eastern Wales and lived to boast about it. Knowledge. To the wise, age matters very little. Today we will review a spell that has saved me from death at the hands of dark wizards more times than I care to remember. Levioso.
Levioso? A levitation charm?
Levioso. A surprised opponent is a weak opponent. Care to defend yourself, Master Poet? No? One thing I've learned as an unspeakable is the value of simplicity, especially in the heat of battle. Now, let's practice what we've just learned, starting with something small.
Leviosa?
Levioso.
Now, let's try something a little larger. Let us begin with a basic cast. See how the dump deflected your cast? This time, cast Levioso first, then the basic cast. Remember, Levioso is good. Now, well done. Levioso. Very good, but the best way to practice is by dueling. We'll start with you two. Duelists, take your marks.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
Now, I want a fair duel using only Levioso, basic cast, and Protego. You may begin.
This should be easy. How perceptive. I know. Nothing lucky about it. It's taught you at first. Not bad for a beginner. You get as good as you get.
Or was that you clapping, or was it the game?
I put you on the spot.
That was the game.
Points to the challenge. Points to Ravenclaw.
Thank you, Professor Hackett. Glad to have the opportunity to practice.
If what I've seen today is any indication, we can expect great things.
Aw, shucks, thanks.
I demand excellence from my students. They are capable of achieving it, and they must achieve it. A classroom duel is one thing, But battling dark wizards, or as ever more likely goblins,
Racist.
is a different kettle of Grindelows entirely.
Understood, Professor.
So, I'd advise you to keep practicing whenever you can. Perhaps Mr. Sallow will have some ideas for you. Again, well done today. I shall reach out soon with additional assignments.
This is pretty dark. Do you see this? What is this, like a mermaid fetus?
I think it's a throwback to a classic old, Renaissance artifact that they had, because I remember a bunch of those that they used to have mermaid skeletons and stuff, little ones.
Sebastian, he's strong competition. Well done.
Okay, seriously, why could they not make any of these characters, like... I guess everyone wants to reimagine themselves as a kid, but...
I was going to say, is it really racist with the goblins? I mean, isn't it more that they're putting the goblins' greed into the good of everybody, where they can indulge it in order for the good of all society?
No, because the goblins aren't just the bankers; they're the evil bankers. Like it's more complicated than that. But I like, for instance, if it was like a like dwarves in Lord of the Rings, that's a tasteful representation.
I'd hate to face Professor Heck in a duel.
Let's see, wait, what was this? Reveal. Is there somewhere there's a chest of loot? I just don't know where. All right, let's talk to this. Oh, look, it's an Iron Maiden.
I enjoyed that. Well, that duel was quite something. Everyone will be talking about it. It was certainly good practice. Practice? It felt more like I was dueling an expert. Sebastian Sallow, by the way, didn't expect a new student to be so deft with a wand.
Me neither.
Then again, perhaps this wasn't your first duel. I've dueled enough. Consider yourself lucky I held back. Huh, fair enough. You owe me an honest duel when you aren't. You know, you might be a perfect fit for a certain exclusive, unsanctioned dueling organization. Unsanctioned? I don't know.
No, I didn't mean to say that.
Yes, to keep students in the dark. So many things we're deemed unprepared to know. If you want to get the most out of your time at Hogwarts, you're going to need to break the rules now and then. Whether it's joining a secret dueling club, or sneaking into the restricted section of the library, you just have to be clever enough not to get caught. Thank you, Sebastian. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Pleasure chatting with you. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Perhaps somewhere unsanctioned. We'll see if your performance today was sheer luck or actual skill. Look for Luke and Brattleby near the clock tower entrance, if you're interested. Till next time.
That was kind of weak for a class, to be honest. Alright, let's see. So what did I just get? Something about rewards? Inventory, maybe? No. I need to hear collections. What's this? No. I don't know where it is. Appearance, maybe? This way? Oh wait, there it was, I think. Let's see. Is this a new thing? Oh, here, new appearances unlocked, it's saying. Plus maybe. Oh, here. So it's saying that. Okay, there. Claim rewards. Okay. Here. And where? The inventory is it then? I think it's like this is so confusing. Collections, maybe here. Oh, that's what I'm looking for. Wait, appearances is. Okay, well, I don't know how to use it. Quest maybe. Charms class, cost ones. This is main. Alright, so. Let's see. Astronomy wing.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Any thoughts on? I mean, so they chose that character to name her Dina Heckett. Oh, I guess Graham left. Yeah, no, I don't have Elden Ring. One moment. Interesting. Almost missed that. Auguray skeleton. This is a skeleton of an Irish phoenix or auguray, an intensely sharp bird who can forecast the coming of rain, and whose mournful cry was once believed to foretell death. Alright, so how do I access that? Let's see. Challenges. Alright, let's see. What's the statue say? Anything I can do with statue? Oh, collections. That's what I was looking for. Here. Oh, interesting.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Professor Fig, as if my schedule wasn't congested enough, the ministry has charged me with arranging the rather inconvenient arrival of a new student at Hogwarts. My 5th year, if you can believe. Professor Weasley insists that they'll need an escort and a mentor to help them acclimatize before term begins. Every son attests to you. Please see Professor Weasley for details. Professor Phineas Angelus Black, Headmaster.
Off on another adventure, are we?
He keeps talking to me. Oh, Graham's back. Sorry, who's he? Hey, Graham.
Hey, Ariel.
Oh, so this guy Ronan. So this is what charms. So.
How many hours is it Hogwarts? Why would anyone bother sending secret love letters? If you want to repeat them, just treat me book off the 336.
My father always responds to my very sweet.
Let's see where to go.
How does Duncan Hobhouse answer him? Because he kept leaving his dirty clothes all over the dormitory. You should have seen the look on his face.
1 second.
But what should I be impressed with?
Where to go?
She's always showing up about her puffsy room. Fur like silk. What sham?
I try to figure out those things.
There.
If I'm honest, I wish I had something to say.
Alright.
But I'm hopeless.
Is this the right one?
Oh, I suppose that's something to boast about.
I did.
Yeah, here's all the charms one. Like, you know, just little schmontas, but
She's always after me. I told her listen in.
Which I broke out.
speaking of codes.
They call it chemistry. I wonder how similar it is to potions.
I'm sure it's nothing like it.
Hey, mate, goodbyes. I should cheer for the boy who says you're telling
I'm not
lies.
telling lies, please. It was Albert Boot.
No, it wasn't. It was Basil Flat.
Ooh, thanks. It's a gold attack. Was the Minister a boot or the Minister a flat?
Stop it, please. You'll get us in trouble.
In trouble you will be, but you can't get picked for smack. She says it's a boot and he says it's a flat.
Please, enough. You'll get us all detention. And you're both wrong anyway. It was Hephaestus Gore.
It wasn't boot and it wasn't flat, but you're all in trouble with Professor Black.
That guy's obnoxious.
Scribbled all over the pages of my father's posters. The margins were as black as soot. And there was a copy from the library.
Seriously, the librarian's name's Scribner. That's very unclever. Oh, this is cool how it has it written all over there.
Everybody knows you.
Wait, how do I start this? Oh, right over here. This guy's a hoot.
Here, behind you. There is an open seat here. Thank you. Hello, I am Nettie. So you are the new student. Have you met Professor Ronan yet?
Shall we begin? Welcome to year 5 of Chant. Now, this will be a crucial year in your
This guy's definitely Jewish.
sharp work, but I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge. Right? Now, everyone, please open your textbooks to page 517. But before we begin, can anyone here tell me the difference between the incantations of the color change and growth charms?
He sounds more Scottish than Jewish to me.
His name's Abraham Ronan. He's wearing a kippah.
I am afraid
I'm just commenting on the accents. All. Yeah. No, I agree with you. The name. He's definitely Jewish. It's like he's a Jewish Scotsman.
You won't spend your holidays practicing.
No, it's supposed to be like generic, like non-English European.
Even remember how to perform a basic summoning.
Well, okay. I was going a little more amusing. I was picturing a Scottish plaid with talent blue in it. That was a kind of amusing thought to me. That would be appropriate for a Jewish Scottish clan.
Of what colors you were saying?
With talent blue. You have all the different colors, so your Jewish plaid, your Jewish tartan would have talent blue in it, right?
Oh yeah.
I just thought that was a thought that amused me. It seemed like it would fit.
Yeah. Let's see. So. Oh shit. Accio. That's really unclever. It's like literally a key, like here.
You are a swift learner. I see a lot of potential, but remember, potential is nothing without practice. Keep at it. You might just rival Miss Onai here. Very good, everyone. That's enough of that. Well, as you all seem to have the basics down, and it is an exceptionally lovely day, I was thinking that we might have ourselves a little excursion outside for a spot of fresh air. After me.
Interesting guy. I think he's one of my favorite characters so far. Wait, what's going on now? Let's see. All right, it's loading now.
وخطتو حرباتم ليتيم وحنيتوتهم لمزمرات وخطتو حرباتم ليتيم وحنيتوتهم لمزمرات لا يتساقا يلقاي حرف ولا يلمدو عدم الحمام لا يسقى يلقى يحارب ولا يلمدو عدم الحما
With mastery, as I'm sure the Quidditch players amongst us would agree. So, what better than a bit of sport to put our pride? Very simply, cast Accio on one of the spheres and relinquish. Splendid! Don't move. Now, think of this like gobstones, if you will. But instead of throwing the marbles out, you are summoning them towards you. Excellent. Happens to the best of us. That's it. Very good. Points to Ravenclaw. But there's certainly no sport in playing without some friendly competition. Miss Onai, would you care to give our new student a bit of a challenge? Come on up. You be the blues just as before, and Miss Onai, you are playing red.
Oh, I wonder if it has anything to do with our houses.
Notice the fire versus water, blue versus red.
Also, Ravenclaw versus, oh, come on, more.
Very good.
Woo!
There we go.
Oh, shit. Woo!
Quite impressive. Let us see this.
Oh, I probably should get this at the right angle. Let me see if I can.
Perfect score. Remarkable.
Nice. How do you break a tie in this game, though?
Let us make this a bit more interesting, shall we?
Huh? What did he just do?
I think we are well past interesting at this point.
Ah, shit.
I'll say. Enough chatter. Focus now. You will need it. This round settles it all.
Watch this.
Come on, knock. Woo! Ha! Suck it.
Splendid.
Get knocked. Oh.
There we go.
Come on.
Brilliant.
What? Bullshit. Come on. No, bullshit. That doesn't get to count, and mine doesn't. Bullshit. Suck it.
Well played.
Woo! That was actually kind of fun.
Both of you. Well done.
Yeah, but better for me, right? I did better. I swear I don't need validation. It was literally a game made for kids. I didn't win anything.
Well, that's the point of the game. The game's guaranteed to give you validation.
You can still lose.
Only if you quit. You can just do it again.
Well, no, because I mean, like, you can lose in it, and then it just, it's not like you fail and you have to keep doing it until you win. It's, at least I'm guessing.
Okay. Yeah. These games they're designed that basically as long as you keep going, you're going to get it eventually. Is usually how they're set up.
Yep. going to finish my first day at Hogwarts and then probably end off. Oh, yeah, right. Where is it?
فخدت حربات عمليتي بحاني توتب لمزمرات فخدت حربات عمليتي بحاني توتب لمزمرات لو يساقو يلقى يحرق.
Gather your things on the way out.
Good game back there. I must admit, I think I underestimated you. Took me weeks to become proficient with Accio. Took weeks for me to get anything right when I transferred here. It gets easier, I promise.
That's good to hear. It's a lot to take in all at once.
To put it lightly, I remember how I felt when I first arrived. I transferred here from Wagadu just before my 4th year. My mother received an offer to teach divination here. Before I knew it, we had left Uganda and were halfway around the world at a new school in a new country.
Is Wagadu much bigger than Hogwarts?
Wagadu School of Magic is the largest wizarding school in the world. So yes, bigger than Hogwarts. But it never seemed intimidating or overwhelming to me. It always felt like home.
Is Wagadu a castle like Hogwarts?
Its address is Mountains of the Moon. It is not so much a castle as a beautiful edifice carved out of the mountainside. I remember the first time I saw it, the mist was so thick I could hardly make out anything at all. And then it just materialized before me, this enormous school that seemed to be floating in midair.
This may seem an odd question, but is magic the same there as it is here?
Mostly, yes. But I did have to learn how to use a wand when I arrived here. Hardly anyone at Wagadu uses one.
You can cast spells without a wand.
Oh, yes. I find wandless magic to be much more instinctive. Not to mention quite convenient if one is without their wand. I must admit, however, that I am growing quite fond of using a wand. It seems very dramatic.
It's nice to learn about another wizarding school.
Thank you for asking. I do miss Wagadu, but I am glad to be here at Hogwarts. I think Professor Ronan wants to talk to you. Better not keep him waiting. Until next time.
Professor, can you tap your humans? If you would.
Well, after my brother learned the summoning charm, it was constant Accio this, Accio that, cutlery flying everywhere. Quite unsafe, really.
Hello, fellow Jew.
To speak with me, Professor. I did. I trust your first charms lesson lived up to expectation. Well, an outdoor competition wasn't exactly the lesson I was expecting, sir. What charm is there in the expected? You did well, managing to best as gifted a student as Miss Unai. Thank you, Professor. I enjoyed the match. Miss Unai is always a fierce competitor, though I sense that she is a bit distracted of late. Now, Professor Weasley has asked that your professors give you instruction outside of the ordinary curriculum. Expect to hear from me soon regarding a special assignment that I am preparing for you.
Professor Ronan reminds me of my grandfather. Loads of wisdom, but a bit mad.
Hello. How's your
Hello,
first day
Samantha.
coming along?
Nice to see you again.
I wondered how your first day was going. You certainly seem to hold your own in charms.
I've been fortunate. Begins luck.
My brother William would tell you not to be so humble and to trust your abilities. Then again, he tends to be overconfident in his. Well, better see to my charms homework. I'm afraid I can't count on beginner's luck to impress Professor Ronan.
Revelio. 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 Revelio.
Hey, welcome back. You there, Grum?
Yeah, I'm here. No, just listen.
Oh, what's this? My dear Satyavati, you'll be pleased to hear that I've received word from my contacts at Cambridge who conceded that they had in fact been incorrect in the understanding of meteor showers. It seems that an Irish astronomer and a British astronomer both built upon the work done by an Italian astronomer, all muggles, mind you, as far as I know, to propose calculating the position of the dust at Earth's orbit as means of connecting meteors to comets. Brilliant, really. Only one can imagine what they might be able to do with the enchanted telescope. Frustratingly, in my correspondence, I did feel that I had to continue using the pseudonym from my days as a gentleman scholar, whilst I still find it rather exciting to have a secret identity. The reason irks me. I am much uh, I am so looking forward to our trip later this year to Jantar Mantar. What an adventure we shall have. I miss you, dear sister, and do hope you are well. With love, Sukrita.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented flu powder.
Wait, what? Who's? Oh, that's her talking. Let's see. Oh, that's cool. Outer space. That's funny. It's like paper airplanes.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Oh, wow. Hall of Herodiana. Interesting name.
Oh, not again. Here I come from the toilet. I can swim, did you fancy a mole? As long as we're only one time per week, I can plunge the boys' lavatory, not for the leak. Please, you'll make me late. He tried to stop me, did rancorous cub. Thought the truck may confine me inside of a jar. But he failed us, did his containment chart. I took movement to wreak havoc and harm. It was granted my privileges, be handsome indeed, or I'd fire up the cannon, and so she agreed. To draw up a contract with her, not with him, that if I behaved, I'd have one weekly swim! Whee! I'll get you for this.
How can you get a poltergeist? It's ridiculous. Interesting. Hopefully that's not a real horse. Is this a map of a continent or something? I really don't know. It's not clear. What's this? Wait, what the heck? Oh, what the fuck?
Oh, nice to see you, my young friend.
Cool. Talk about a psychedelic toad. I just got swallowed up by this toad. Oh. What?
Perhaps you can make it. Lucan's just over there.
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Revelio. Revelio. Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches to you, that's all I need to know. I coordinate duels for crossed ones. A dueling club of sorts. It's invitation only, so you must have really impressed Sebastian.
I seem to have a knack for dueling.
Then you've come to the right place.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up, the winner is awarded a prize. Interested?
Of course. Dueling is an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides, in cross ones, you could duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone. So, care to step into the ring?
Get me in the ring.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll make you regret signing up.
Oh, what the hell's up with her?
You're better than that! That looks painful. Care to try another round?
Yes. Don't count me out yet.
Brilliant!
Let me listen. There you go.
Alright, I need a lower
That
difficulty.
looks painful.
Yes. Don't count me out yet.
Brilliant! Sebastian wasn't wrong about you.
You sure about that? I lost twice.
But keep this up, and you could be the next free champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. Now, it takes time to organise these duels, but check with me later. I may have something lined up for you. Again, congratulations on your first cross-wands victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
Revelio.
Let's see.
I feel sorry for your next opponent. Just wait till I've grown a bit, then we'll see how well you do.
I just turned down the difficulty was all that's literally it.
Revelio.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Revelio. What about the room, Professor?
I was thinking the same thing, Deke. Perhaps you could help.
Oh, excuse, Deke.
Ah, there you are.
And my character looks like he's giving her the eyes.
They did, Professor.
I heard as much from Professors Heckert and Ronan. Seems Professor Fig taught you quite a bit during your brief detour near, what was it you said? Some ruins? I'd wager there's a good deal more to your travels here than what you've told me. Isn't there?
Have you and Professor Fig not discussed my training?
He continues to be reticent about the details, mentioning only a few spells. Revelio, was it? And Lumos?
That's correct, Professor.
I see. I'm trying to get a sonnet from a streamer. Regardless, you must continue to build upon what you've learned. In that regard, I've asked your professors to help hasten your progress with some extra assignments.
Professor Ronan did mention something about that.
In fact, Professor Ronan will meet you outside momentarily to assign your first one. Now, regarding the trip to Hogsmeade I mentioned earlier, we've arranged to replace the supplies lost on your way here, including seeds, potion recipes, and spellcrafts.
Thank you, Professor.
And Mr. Ollivander will connect you with the perfect wand. You've managed your classes well with a borrowed wand, but you'll find the magic you cast with your own wand to be far superior.
Can you tell me more about the potions shop, Professor?
J. Pippin's Potions stocks a wide array of potions ingredients, although they rarely sell recipes. Professor Sharp asked that they have a couple of particular recipes on hand for you.
I've never heard of a spellcraft before, Professor. What is it?
A spellcraft is a recipe of sorts used when conjuring objects. I shall explain more about them when you begin working with transfiguration magic.
There's an Ollivander's in Hogsmeade.
There is. Most people are familiar with the shop in Diagon Alley. We're fortunate to have someone like him nearby. Mr. Ollivander is a genuine craftsman and highly skilled wand maker. I would trust no one else to pair me with a wand.
I'm eager to get to Hogsmeade.
Very well. I'd like you to make your first visit to the village with a classmate. Help you get your bearings. Perhaps Sebastian Sallow or Natsai Onai. I've noticed you spending time with them.
I'd like to go with Sebastian.
Glad to hear it. Mr. Sallow is a capable young wizard, and he knows the area. He'll keep you well clear of any of Victor Rookwood's undesirables en route.
Rookwood?
A rather unsavoury local. Best to avoid him and his associates, including his right hand of sorts, Theophilus Harlow, if you can. Once you've finished Professor Ronan's assignment, your friend will meet you at the castle doors. No time to waste. The sooner you complete your work, the sooner you can enjoy a butterbeer at the Three Broomsticks.
Revelio.
There's so many cats in the game.
Revelio. Ah, there you are. Have a new spell to teach me, Professor. Indeed I do, and an exceedingly useful one at that. The mending charm, Reparo. Fixes things right up, makes a broken object good as new in the blink of an eye. It seems as if that might come in handy. More frequently than one would imagine. As Professor Weasley mentioned, I am not the only one who will be teaching you spells outside of class in an effort to catch you up with your peers. A number of your professors have agreed to do so as well, but first, each shall ask that you complete a few preliminary tasks to hone your magic. I have arranged some for today. See them through and then report back to me. We will have you casting Reparo in no time. Why must I first complete tasks to learn Reparo? No lesson or lecture can compare to first-hand experience, and these tasks should provide you with just that. Such experience is invaluable when mastering any new bit of magic. I'll start on the task right away, Professor. This is the right area. Level 5 pages. Revelio. Revelio. A flying page must be around here somewhere. Revelio.
That was easy. That was really interesting how, like, I forced open the door, but yet it still had a loading screen.
Because you have one victory that.
No, it's definitely an interesting game. It's very pretty. It's captures the Harry Potter stuff very well.
Definitely, yeah.
I completed the assignment, Professor. Marvelous. You clearly know your way around basic charms. Let us give the old mending charm a try then, shall we? Remember to be deliberate in your enunciation and movements. I want to see some vigor. Now, wand at the ready. Yes, sir. Remember, your wand is a conduit of your magic. That's it. Very good. If you would like to practice mending something, have a go with that broken statue in the alcove by the water. It allegedly symbolizes power. Something quite satisfying about using the mending charm, isn't there?
Oh goodness, you need to practice a bit more, I think.
Nice, I just leveled up. Caesar is this wyvern. Fountain in the Transfiguration Courtyard has likeness of a wyvern on top and serves as a relaxing place for students to gather. Despite rumors to the contrary, possibly started by Sir Cadogan, is most assuredly not to be the wyvern of Wye slain by the lively knight in spite of himself. On handles. Interesting. What's this? Chill and talk. Or... Statue with an ingratiating grin depicts the medieval wizard Gregory the Smarmy, the wizard famous for inventing Gregory's unctuous unction, a potion that makes a drinker believe whoever gave them the potion is their best friend. That was so cool. Central Fountain, the ornate fountain, features intricately carved statues of denizens of the magical worlds, including a set of stone sirens encircling the fountain space.
This cannot possibly be as difficult as it seems.
Hello, I don't believe we've met.
Oh, hello, I'm Lenora. Pardon me if I seem a little distracted at the moment. Everyone thinks I'm utterly balmy. Samantha thinks I'm potty. But it's this painting. I never noticed it before. If I know Hogwarts, and I do, an empty frame doesn't appear for no reason. There's something more to this.
Are there any other empty paintings like this around the school?
Yes, a few. This entire place is somewhat of a riddle, to be honest. If I can work out the riddle of this one, I'll know what to do with all of them. As good a place as any to begin.
Have you gained any insights about the painting since you've been studying it?
I did discover that casting Lumos has an effect of some kind, but I'm not sure what to do next.
If I have the time, I may look. Could be intriguing.
I've been racking my brains long enough. I hope you'll have better luck than I have.
Lumos.
Do come and find me if you stumble on something illuminating that solves the mystery.
Revelio. Lumos. That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby. Revelio.
And painting soon.
Hello, Nora. Could you remind me what's so special?
It's not necessary. Have a look if you're.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Yeah, I thought it was here.
This looks like a location for the painting. What is so special about it? Let's get you back to your friend, little moth. You know it's connected. I should tell Lenora that I solved the puzzle of that empty frame.
Laura, I solved the mystery of that painting.
You did? How?
I found the location depicted in the painting, and then I cast lumos to guide a moth back to the frame.
All very logical, I suppose. Pity I was so close to solving it. You have a knack for solving riddles. Natty's good at that too. So is Meat, although he does tend to over-explain. Well, I'm glad someone figured it out. The moth! I should have seen that.
Oh dear.
Is everything all right?
Oh, hello. Thank you for asking. I'm Cressida, by the way, and I'm afraid everything's not all right. I may be in a spot of trouble with the librarian. You see, I'm fond of creating my own charms. Thought I perfected my light as a feather charm to use on my library books. My arms get so tired carrying them around all day. But I must have confused the Latin word for feather with bird in my incantation, because when I opened my bag just now in the library, it literally took flight.
That sounds brilliant, actually.
Thank you. Somehow I don't think the librarian will see it that way. I collect the books and remove the charm myself, except this isn't the first time one of my charms has threatened the peace of the library. Our Meat told Madame Scribner they were my books flying around, so she said that if I caused her any more trouble, she'd write to my parents. Perhaps you could get them for me. There are only 5. She won't be suspicious of a new student looking around.
Why did Army tell Madame Scribner that they were your books?
Oh, to be perfectly honest, I don't think he meant any harm. I think he was impressed, bragging on my behalf. Amit spends a lot of time gazing at the stars, but he knows a good charm when he sees one.
I suppose I could help.
Oh, I'd very much appreciate it. One of the books is my diary. I'd rather it not fall into the wrong hands. If you could collect them and bring them to me, I can remove the charm.
We're going to have to use Akio to get to those books. Sure. One more to go. Revelio.
I'm going to need to bow out here, Ariel.
All right, take care.
Absolutely. I'll catch you later. You two, you have a good one. This was fun. Thanks.
Definitely, yeah.
Lumos. Revelio.
You can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented blue powder.
That's the last book. Absolutely back to Bristol.
Today was a good day, that is, until Garrett splashed whatever ridiculous concoction he was creating all over my perfectly stewed lacewing flies. Had emptied my entire cauldron and start all over again. He's such a menace. Thinks he knows everything there is to know about potions, always disrupting Professor Sharp's class with his experiments. I'm utterly convinced that if he wasn't Professor Weasley's nephew, he would have been expelled by now. Our broth, smokies again tonight for dinner. I'm becoming more partial to them now, although I still prefer meat pie.
What are you up to now?
Prepare. Lumos. Revelio. Lumos. Revelio. Revelio. Hello, Cressida. I collected your books, including your diary.
Oh, what a relief! Thank you.
I'll happily take the heavy lot off your hands now.
Here you are.
Well, lesson learned. I certainly won't be practicing any charms in the library again anytime soon. Now, to work out where I went wrong. Perhaps I should start brushing up on my Latin. Thank goodness some people are trustworthy. Certainly wouldn't want anyone but me reading my novel.
Oh. Oh god. Ow. Ah. Oh. Ow. Ow. Oof. Hey, Apollyon. What's up? Oof. Ow. My nose. Oh.
Revelio. Professor.
Ugh, I pinched my nose. The Three Sisters spells are said to be a tribute to three similarly named beautiful steep ridges that rise majestically over Glen and Argyllshire. Is a river that one can hear them ring in the Glen, way across the Highlands, where they have rung in the castle. Locals have been baffled by the mysterious ringing for years.
And a resource indeed, your field guide. I'd be most pleased to be included.
It feels very appropriative. They shouldn't have indigenous artwork here.
Well, fancy meeting you, Nick.
Oh, hell no. This is the thing that people were saying was anti-Semitic. I mean, I think there's definitely an argument to be made, but we covered that in another video. This particular art is rumored to have once borne the inscription "Pioneer in Dragon Taming." Should not have started with a Hungarian horntail. Sleeping Dragon statue. The Hogwarts motto "Draco dormiens nunquam titillandus" means never tackle a sleeping dragon. Unfortunately, this particular sleeping dragon is made of stone and will never awaken. It may be tickled, absolutely no effect.
Rebellion.
One moment. One moment. One moment. Does that work? Um, Weird. So strange. Um, One second. Here, let's see. Um, gosh. Oh, fuck. Oh, phew. Oh, sweet. Didn't lose it. So hopefully it updated it now. Collections maybe. Huh. Why isn't it showing the stuff then? Let's see, so it shows that I have the stuff there. Refresh. Check. Yeah, I have no clue what's up with this. One, so. Let's see. Maybe I just have to get to Hogsmeade first. I really have no clue. Let's see.
Hello, Sebastian. Ah, my new charge. I'm told you're in dire need of supplies, and I'm to accompany you into Hogsmeade for them. Is this your first foray into the village? It is. I haven't left the castle since I arrived. Well, I shall endeavour to be the very best of guides, then. Hogsmeade's a charming little place, self-contained too. We should be able to find you everything that you need. Shall we? was glad Professor Weasley asked me to join you today. As am I. Thank you, by the way. Of course. You're the only one who's ever bested me in a duel. The way I see it, I'd be wise to keep an eye on you. Revelio. Speaking of Weasley, she seems to have taken quite a shine to you. Has she? That's nice to know. I'm still surprised that a professor can trust me with anything, given my detention record. I spend a lot of time with detention. That's not well-rounded. Revelio. Speaking of detention, this trip to Hogsmeade might have saved me from one. Adam Scribner, the librarian, was on the hunt for me, as is often the case. Professor Weasley came to retrieve me, and I was able to convince old Scribner that I had somewhere to be. Revelio. Revelio. So how did you manage to get to the librarian's library? Oh, I suspect it's a matter of differing opinions. She thinks I shouldn't be allowed in the restricted section, and I, on the other hand, am inclined to disagree. Oh, just one moment. This is an excellent spot to gather masonry supplies. They're pretty to look at. Revelio. 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 God, it's big from the thin forest. Look. What's going on? See for yourself. Quite a sight, isn't it? Certainly you don't see that every day. Revelio. Poppy's already seen the hypocrites. Absolutely. We already named them too. Proud Tooth and Sugarfoot. Revelio. To the left is the Forbidden Forest. Out of bounds to all students. Oh, hence the name. Precisely. They think it's too dangerous. I think they need to have more confidence in our defensive abilities. Hopefully, just past those rooms up ahead. Revelio. Have you had much of a chance to prepare? A little. Enormous. That. They're 5 years of barely scratched the surface. Hopes to see, places to discover. And you'd like to share with the class? Perhaps one day. Let me not circle around telling you all my secrets now, can I? Tell me how you became so good at dueling. Revelio. Preparo. I've always thought Thestrals pulling a carriage a bit grim, though I suppose most people don't actually see them at all. But you can see them. Unfortunately, you've seen quite a bit yourself firsthand too. Most notably that dragon attack. Luckily the rest of your year isn't as eventful.
No.
Mr. Moon. He's a Hogwarts caretaker. Looks a bit worse for wear. Hello, Mr. Moon. Have you met our new fifth year?
Pleasure.
You might want to turn back, Mr. Sallow. Turn and run.
Is everything all right, sir?
Oh, look right at me. Eyes big as saucers.
What did, Mr. Moon?
I mean, guys, ugly and airy and terrifying. I shall be at the castle when it's safe. Good luck to both of you.
Attending, guys. I don't know what he's putting in his pumpkin juice, and he's obviously had too much of it. I've never seen Mr. Moon in such a state. Mr. Moon is quite the character. My sister Anne, but I'd say he could improve a bit as a caretaker. Oh, it's your sister. She is, or rather, she was. Revelio, she's not well anymore, but she'll be better soon and back at Hogwarts. Honestly, if one could bottle the magic of this place, I don't know if it's for shocking, but there's just something about Hogsmeade. We all flock to the midst of flame. Revelio. Revelio. But how would you like to do this? Weasley told me you had a list of things to get, a wand and some other bits. Yes. Let me see some spellcraft and some potion recipes. Perfect. Can't wait to see what you do with the new one. And a short list gives you plenty of time to poke around the village. I just have to pop into a shop to find something for my sister. Let's meet up in the town circle when we're finished.
Real help.
Remember, have fun. It's Hogsmeade. Revelio.
An inquiring mind.
Pardon me, sir. I'm here for the spellcraft, Professor Weasley.
Matilda, student. I thought I might be seeing you soon. I am the proprietor here. Miss Brown, I take it you've had a conjuring lesson then?
I'm afraid I haven't yet, sir.
Ah, but you will soon enough. It is magic at its purest, creating something out of nothing. Of course, it is not without complexity, but that is where my spellcrafts come in. Stay the course, and you could soon impress Professor Weasley.
That's certainly something
Foreshadowing.
to Mr. Brown. I look forward to that day.
And I, too, seen it. Spellcrafts are incredibly useful for conjuring unique items like custom pieces of furniture or decoration.
Foreshadowing.
I should let Professor Weasley do the teaching. For now, let's get the spellcrafts you need. A potting table and a potion station. Yes?
I believe so, sir.
Good. Nothing like being able to grow your own ingredients and brew what you want when you want. Let's have a look. Let's look at what we have, shall we? If you're interested, feel free to take a look around at the rest of my inventory. Let's look at what we have, shall we?
Revelio. Lumos.
These rocks outside the Hogshead Inn offer a pleasant place to sit and relax if one can do so whilst only a stone's throw from whatever nefarious goings on may be occurring in the notoriously shady inn. Considerations. Potions, potting.
Revelio. Lumos.
Right now, just kind of playing Hogwarts Legacy. I'd probably be commenting a bit more, but I'm just really tired. I'm just trying to finish up this quest and then I'm gonna head off.
Revelio. I'll be right with. Ah, it's you. Just a moment, please. Hello, sir. I'm looking for a new wand. Yes. It's about time. Yes, about time. Well, you're our new fifth-year student, are you not? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you are. Gurgle Ollivander's the name. But of course, you'll have heard of the Ollivanders, I'm sure. Finest wand makers in the world. It's a pleasure to meet you. Truly. Now, come with me. Let's find you the perfect wand, shall we? No, not you. Yes. Yes. Powerful core. 10.5 inches. You might do. Here, give this one a try. Well, go ahead, swish. How odd. Once more, come on, really swish it. Well, this isn't a good match at all, is it? We'll find you something, not to worry. No, not you. Perhaps. Yes. A rare wood, 13 3/4 inches, dragon heartstring. Let's give this one a try. Oh, goodness. Looks like it's back to the shelf for you. This is proving to be trickier than I had anticipated. How perplexing. Where are you?
This guy reminds me of someone. I don't know who though.
There you are. Yes. I think you might be the one. Here. Take it. A unicorn hair wand is most reliable and faithful to its owner. Curious indeed. How intriguing.
Definitely going with Acacia.
Curious indeed. How intriguing.
intriguing.
Vine would be good if you're trying to go for something Dionysian. But yeah, I'm going with Acacia for Asherah.
Curious indeed. How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing. Curious indeed.
Anyone have any opinions?
A dragon harp-string wand is most powerful and learns quickly. Ah, phoenix feather. Exceptionally rare, and a core with a strong sense of initiative. How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing. Curious indeed.
Trying to think what either looks the most like. That could look like Acacia.
How intriguing.
I mean, the stock definitely looks the most like cannabis. Either way, I'm just trying to think what color it would be. Either this or this.
Curious indeed. How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing.
Sorry, this is a hard decision for me. Let's see, Acacia.
Curious indeed.
Looks good if you want to go with
How
Vaughn.
intriguing.
Yeah, the gold looks better with Ravenclaw, I think. This would be better if you're going for Gryffindor or something, but this should be good. So what type?
How intriguing. Curious indeed. How intriguing.
I think we'll go with the Phoenix because it matches the whole bird motif as well as the motif of Acacia.
Curious indeed.
Just want to make sure, so I don't want to go with red.
How intriguing.
Yes. This is like a yellow to go with the blue versus a red kind of clashes. Yeah, okay.
Curious indeed. What do you think? Extraordinary. Another wand, another beginning of a bright and magical future. Now, how did that feel? Good. Different. I sensed a sort of surge of some kind. A match. Your connection seemed particularly powerful. The right wand will learn from you, just as you learn from it. I'm eager to try it out. Of course. And a phoenix feather core is terribly selective. This will be an excellent match indeed. And the bond between you and your wand should only grow stronger. Do not be surprised at your new wand's ability to perceive your intentions, particularly in a moment of need. That sounds wonderful, Mr. Ollivander. I'll let you get to it. Do come and see me again if ever I can be of further assistance.
wanted to finish off soon.
Rebellion.
Oh, nice to see you, my young friend.
It depends potions.
J. Pippin's Potions, established in 1753, the apothecary in Hogsmeade, where proprietor Perry Pippin sells a wide variety of potions and their ingredients.
Pardon me, sir.
Oh, thank goodness. When I heard the bell, I thought you were Miss Lawang. Not that she deigns to come here. Though I don't believe I've seen your face here before, either.
It's my first time in Hogsmeade, actually.
Is it really? Well, Harry Pippin at your service. And this is J. Pippin's Potions. Potions for all ailments. You'll have read it on the side, of course, but Grandfather always made me say it in full. How may I help you today?
Professor Weasley sent me to collect some recipes. I'm new at Hogwarts.
You're the student she sent the owl about. I set your things aside immediately. I suspected if you're anything like I was at your age, you'd want your potion supplies.
Oh, you know it.
Is it not the most fascinating art, potion making?
Oh, 100% agree.
With a wand, I've always said.
Are potions really that versatile?
Yes,
It
they
may
are.
not be as showy as spell work, but make no mistake, they are just as powerful. They can heal, destroy, protect. You'll discover all of this soon enough. As it's your first time in, I should mention that it's not just potion recipes I sell. I also offer ready-made drafts for all manner of uses, and I unveil new ones from time to time. Pop in when you can so you don't miss out on anything. But for now, let's get you those recipes, shall we? What can I do for you today?
Address.
Feel free to take a look at the rest of my inventory, or come back another time if you're in a rush today.
Rebellion. Rebellion. Rebellion.
Oh, come in! Come in! Welcome to Madame Snelling's Tress Emporium. I'm sure I've no need to introduce myself. They used to call me Snelly. Oh, Snelly, why aren't you studying to be an aura? But I showed them. They're stuck in the dust of the ministry and I'm here thriving. Absolutely thriving. But look at you. Look at you. I can certainly see why you paid me a visit. Looking for a change, are we?
Why not, I say? What sort of change?
Some are going for that muggle with consumption, sort of death becomes me allure. But you won't find poisons here. No need for chloride of lime or ammonia when you have magic. Why don't you spend a moment choosing how you'd like to look? You can change your hair too if you'd like.
What services do you offer?
What is it you might be interested in?
Rebellion. Rebellion. Rebellion.
I told you not to go down that path. Miss Peck from moving pets to the customer looks at you. Thought you could have got her alone.
going off with you, as always.
I've always said that travel home.
Revelio. Revelio. Lumos. Revelio. Revelio. Lumos.
Can't imagine how inconvenient travel was before I invented you have that.
Revelio. Revelio. Oh, hello there.
Magic Newt cart. The cart belongs to Timothy Teasdale, who runs the Magic Newt. He enjoys being in the thick of things and engaging with customers outside the shop.
Revelio. Pardon me, sir. I'm here to see Professor Weasley arranged for you. Oh, the dittany for the new 5th year. I take it that's you then. No, it's me. Starting Hogwarts as a 5th year. You must be positively reeling from it all. Not at all. I'm choosing to see it all as one big adventure.
Well, bravo! Not everyone has the temperament to take things as they come. Name's Timothy Teasdale, by the way, and this is my shop, the Magic Neep. I keep the cart out here because I like a good chat. Can't very well be in the thick of things if I'm in the way inside now, can I? I suppose not. In addition to seeds, I have plenty of plants. Grow everything myself. My speciality is potion ingredients. Even Pippin purchases from me. But what say we get you a packet of dignity seeds? Let me guess. You're after something fresh. Do have a look around. Plenty of ingredients to pique your interest, I'd wager. Oh, that's everything. Better go and find Sebastian. Revelio. Revelio.
Every traveler knows that the water wells may have more to offer than this relatively innocuous water well in the village of Hogsmeade.
Revelio. Revelio. Revelio.
Tea shop decor Reflective of proprietor Mrs. Steepley's tasteless teat shop is awash in color, pink and frills. A cheery, tinkly bell chimes whenever a customer enters.
I officially have all of my supplies. Excellent. Did you get what you needed from the system? I did. So I suppose the world is our oyster now. Let's see what else we can get up to.
Yep.
Walk away from the building! Away from the village!
Oh, what's this?
Goodness! A second troll! Did you two take on a fully grown troll by yourselves?
I suppose so. It's all a bit of a blur, to be honest.
Yeah, it was so laggy.
Are you all right?
We are, and we're glad to help.
I'd say help is a bit of an understatement. Nerve like that. The makings of an aura, if you ask me. If you are unharmed, perhaps the two of you wouldn't mind helping me put a few things back to where they were.
Of course, officer.
Singer. Officer Singer. And thank you, again.
Reparo.
I'm listening for Officer Singer to worry about. Reparo.
Still was just singing your praises. Hello, sir. I don't believe we've met.
Allow me to introduce myself, Augustus Hill, clothier extraordinaire. I should like to thank you for your remarkable bravery in fighting those trolls, and not to mention your help restoring Hogsmeade to its rightful state. I was happy to help. Frankly, you deserve an Order of Merlin. But I can offer you something much more useful. I own Gladrag's wizardware, and among my inventory are some unique items that afford certain protections, as it were. Life-saving protections. And as I suspect it's going to be your last dangerous encounter, I'd like to give you one such set of robes, in thanks for what you did today.
That's very kind of you, Mr. Hilton. I can't accept robes that you didn't pay for.
Nonsense! I insist! Now, let's try this on for size, shall we? Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time.
Wow, it really is not that great for me.
I'd say we've earned a butterbeer or two, wouldn't you? Might help me forget that I was almost pulverized by a troll. I'd say that I agree with you. Perfect. 3 broomsticks is just this way.
Unlike the enchanted mannequins favored by students for dueling practices, the mannequins at Gladrax serve only as a means to display the latest in wizarding fashion.
Ready for your perusal today? Take your time. Ready for your perusal today? Take your time. Ready for your perusal today? Take your time. Assuming it isn't a matter everywhere, you might even meet Sorona. The owner is a good one to know. Prepare.
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade, but all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction.
Who's this child? What are you not telling me? All you need to know is that if you cannot get to the child, then you have no value to me.
Let's go. Did they see us? I don't think so. What was that goblin doing with Victor Rookwood? Ranrock is working with Rookwood. The goblin from the Daily Prophet. I knew I'd seen him somewhere. Quickly, let's get inside the 3 broomsticks.
It's a treat to see you, Lord God. I shall let you know if I hear anything.
Thank you, Serona.
You be well.
Now, what can I... Oh, there's a face I haven't seen before.
It's my first time there.
Welcome. But it is on me. Heard about the attack. I shall be looking in on the other shopkeepers and residents shortly. Glad to see you two escaped injury.
Thanks to this one.
So apparently the person they got to voice Serona
Right.
is a cis man. They should have gotten a trans woman to voice her. It's like imagine getting a white person to voice a black man.
Just never happened before.
Doesn't make sense.
Something's not right.
Just like who they chose to voice her.
That's homely.
Oh shit.
Was that Lodgok I saw leaving just now? Your clientele's not what it used to be, Serena.
Not to worry, Victor. Once the two of you leave, the caliber of my clientele will greatly improve. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Theophilus.
Come now. No need for theatrics. I'm not here for this one anyway.
My friend is enjoying a well-earned butterbeer.
I only want a quick word.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, my friend is busy.
One would think you had enough bloodshed for one day. Can't deal with this. The 3 broomsticks isn't what it used to be. Let's take our galleons elsewhere. Can't drink butterbeer forever.
Seems you've made an unfortunate enemy. Watch your back. Rookwood and Hire are worse than any troll you might encounter.
Trolls? Ranrock and Rookwood? What are you not telling me? I promise to tell you everything. But it's perhaps best I do that later. And on that note, I think we should head back to the castle.
Yeah, it's been a long day. All I want to do is find my room and crawl into bed. I can relate to that. That's what I'm going to do.
Certainly glad Serona was there. Told you she was one of the good ones.
What do you mean, what are the good ones? Maybe that's not a good term to use for this.
I think you'll need to tell me why Victor Rookwood has you in his sights. But we can talk later. For the moment, we should return to the castle. Professor Weasley's certain to hear about the troll attack soon if she hasn't already. Don't want to risk another detention for getting back after hours.
It's also oh my god, I'm so exhausted. Come on, load so I can finish. Come and see me. I've discovered something in the link locker we found at Gringotts. I'll do it later.
Come and see me. I discovered something in the locker we found at Gringotts.
What are you up to now? The resources.
Nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio. Revelio.
Off on another adventure, are we?
Yeah, I think we'll end off here. Let me just plug in. Actually, we don't even need to do that. Here, we get out off here. So, this was fun. Do it later. But yeah. Good rest, everyone.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay?